Start out and thank Kelvin Moore. He's the general manager of the Savannah Convention Center for welcoming us. I mean, again, you can't. I don't think you can beat this with a stick. This is unbelievable. I thought we went to a nice place in Gainesville, but you outdid us. So we very much appreciate it. We've got some great presenters today. We've got Joe Marinelli, we got Michael Owens, Dr. John Salazar, and Bert Brantley. So we're going to get a lot of information from those gentlemen today. For those of you who weren't with us in Gainesville and just tuning in, so to speak, this committee was created with Senate Resolution 323, and I saw a need just in my business and then with industry friends that I obviously going back to our attendance and how much the industry has stepped up to help us. There is a need there, and Lee Hughes and Amanda Dyson came once they found out a freshman senator dropped the resolution. They came running to my office real quick and we're eager to help out with this process. So I appreciate them, and Jennings has been working hard as well. I don't have to tell. I've got all these talking points right here about how big the tourism industry is in the state of Georgia. I think you guys know. Y'all should be up here. And this study committee and our colleagues should probably be sitting out there taking notes from you guys. But I mean, it's I hate to say this, Chairman Goodman, but they're rivaling, the tourism industry is rivaling ag or nipping on the heels very, very quickly. And I think it just depends on which economic study that you look at is where what's number one and what's number two. So it's big business here in the state of Georgia. We are, like I said earlier, we've got some great speakers lined up for you. Senator Ginn, he'll be here in just a few minutes, and Senator Emanuel Jones, he is zooming in, but I'm going to let Senator Goodman and Senator Halpern tell a little bit about themselves right quick, and then we'll get started.
Either way. Do I need to bring this thing in a little bit? There we go. Well, it's great to be with y'all today. Great to be in Savannah. My name is Russ Goodman. I represent the 8th Senate District of Georgia, which is Lowndes, Eccles, Clinch, Lanier, Atkinson, Ware, and Pierce counties. And I'm a blueberry farmer. That's my primary occupation. And we also have the Great American Cobbler Company, and we make fruit cobblers. And so if you go in the grocery store, look in the frozen dessert case and look on the back, and you'll see my family on the back of the box. I was elected in 2020, was a floor leader for the governor my first term, and in my second term, I had the honor of being able to serve as the chairman of the Senate Ag Committee. And so I'm seventh generation South Georgia farmer. I will say, I know my brother back there in the back, Bert Brantley, I hated it when I know he's doing Savannah a fabulous job, but I hated it when he left, because every day when the end of the day would come, I would, from South Georgia, we don't get to go home to our families at night. And so I would always go to his office, and man, we had some great times. And I'm kind of known for being long-winded a little bit. I'll never forget during the time that he was getting ready to make this transition, I called him, and he answered. He didn't answer. Then he called me back in about 10 minutes, and he said, "Russ," he said, "I'm in Savannah. I'm going back to Atlanta." He said, "So you need to make it fast, because I don't have but 3.5 hours." But at any rate, it's an honor to be here. Thank you to everyone that put this together. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership on this. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Halpern.
Good morning. I am Senator Halpern. I represent the 39th district, which is in Fulton County. I have an Atlanta district and 4 cities south, where tourism and hospitality really is much of what we're known for. I came to the Senate at the same time as Senator Goodman, so I am also in my 5th year. And I'm the vice chair of urban affairs. And we do talk a lot about different issues related to cities. And I mean, the thing about hospitality and tourism in particular is it's one of those kinds of industries that can sneak up on you. And I was just speaking about that with the gentleman from Valdosta in the convention center there, that it is so pervasive and right up under your nose that it's easy to ignore. And so I am really excited that we are really putting a spotlight on the industry, really digging in deeply about what it needs and how we can support that as a state. I myself, my husband and I are restaurateurs, so I am part of the hospitality industry myself and recognize its contributions, not just to the state in terms of the economic impact, but of course to families and communities all through the state as well. So excited to be here in Savannah. Love coming to Savannah, although it's hotter and humider than I would have wanted it to be since it's the end of September. But it is fantastic to be in Savannah once again and excited about the work that we have ahead of us today.
So very much looking forward to our discussions today. And when I was in Gainesville, I did not thank and recognize my wife for all the help that she had. And I knew it. She did not bring it up to me at all. She's going to kill me for saying this. But yesterday, she got to do a lot of shopping around downtown Savannah. Spent some money. She did her part down here, but thank you, Shelley, and our daughter Chloe's here also. So thank you for your support. Looking forward to what we're going to talk about today and assessing our regional positioning here in the state of Georgia. You know, where are we as far as our neighbors here in the southeastern United States, and understanding the role and the efficacy of marketing. And as a small business owner, you know, I've often had our website and our communications companies tell me, you know, don't just throw darts and hope they stick. Have a plan, and I think that that's you know, again, I'd rather have I don't even know how to turn a computer on, so just know how to scroll Facebook and Instagram. But you know, I know that there's a method to the madness, and I think that you know, there's absolutely room for us to improve here in the state of Georgia. But we do a pretty good job. But there's plenty of room for us to grow, and we're going to talk about some of that. And then we're going to explore, keyword explore, the impact of additional funding toward marketing and the tourism industry, and what that means as far as the ROI, the return on investment. I said this up in Gainesville. I do believe that the tourism industry, you know, when we put money as a state, when we invest in tourism, I really do feel like that it's one of the industries that it's actually the quickest for us to be able to track that return on investment. I mean, even as a farmer, sometimes that's an investment from the state that's long term, seeing whether or not it pays out. With manufacturing, it's also very long term. But when the state invests in tourism, it's almost automatic. It's very quick. And we're talking last night at dinner that, you know, you can track it monthly. You can even, if you want to spend the money, you can track it weekly in a state or in a region. So I think all that's important, and look forward to digging in. We're going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kelvin Moore. He's the Senior Vice President of the Georgia World Congress Center Authority and the General Manager here at the beautiful Savannah Convention Center. He's going to come up and give us a welcome. Under his leadership, the Convention Center has celebrated its 25th anniversary with y'all sitting down now, $276 million expansion that has doubled the facility's size, positioning Savannah to host larger and more diverse events. He's now guiding the next chapter into the center's story, the development of a 444 room Signia Hotel just next door here over the next couple of years. So a lot of exciting things. I've been coming to Savannah for 25 years, to the Georgia Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association. And I remember when we were in downtown over there at the old conference center, and how new and shiny it was when those old farmers got to come over here. And now look at it, Senator, it's changed a lot, hadn't it? They may have to get us some GPS so we navigate this place in January. It's getting big. So we're very proud of it and look forward to hearing from you.
Very good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. You've given my whole presentation, so I'm gonna. My name is Kelvin Moore. Okay, thank you, Michael. My name is Kelvin Moore. I'm the Senior Vice President for the Georgia World Congress Center Authority and the General Manager here at the Savannah Convention Center. And it is truly an honor to be able to open the session this morning and to welcome you here and to welcome you to your Savannah Convention Center. I want to begin by thanking you, not just for being present here today, but for the work this committee is doing. Your focus on regional competitiveness, the role of marketing, and the impact of smart funding goes right to the heart of what drives Georgia's tourism success. And we feel that commitment here every day when groups choose Savannah, when local businesses stay busy, when our team goes home proud of the work they do and the hospitality they've delivered. And the timing of this meeting here in Savannah couldn't be more meaningful to us, because 2025 marks the 25th anniversary of the Savannah Convention Center. And we're not just celebrating, we're stepping into a whole new era. This has been a historic year for the Savannah Convention Center. In April, we officially cut the ribbon on the $276 million expansion that doubled our size. And this expansion was only made possible because of the strong leadership and support of Governor Kemp and other state leaders, including you on the stage there, and your collective commitment to investing in tourism infrastructure is what allowed us to cut the ribbon on that expansion and open the doors to new opportunities for Savannah and for Georgia. And for that, we say thank you. Now, doubling the size of the convention center doesn't instantly double the results, but it does double our capacity to create impact. And our job now is to grow into that capacity over the coming years. And we're already seeing what that looks like. In fiscal year 25, we realized over 20% increase in both the number of events and number of event days. We welcomed over 202,000 attendees and ended the year with the bottom line 14.5% better than budget. And the result that our team is most proud of is our customer satisfaction rating. We climbed to a 96.1 this past year, which was nearly a 5 percentage point increase from the previous year. And those aren't just numbers. They reflect stronger demand, responsible stewardship, and a better customer experience. They show that this expansion is already paying off. And behind those operational results is the better and broader story of economic impact. While our FY25 economic impact study is not yet complete, last year gives us a solid benchmark. In FY24, activity tied to the center generated more than $260 million in economic impact. And that's what conventions and trade shows bring, right? It's the business class of tourism. Attendees that spend more per day. They come midweek. They return again and again with their families. And that's money that's flowing into hotels and restaurants and transportation and attractions and into the paychecks of workers right here in Savannah and throughout Georgia. And the story doesn't just end with the expansion. As the senator talked about a little earlier, our next big project is our brand new 444-room Signia by Hilton Hotel with more than 38,000 square feet of meeting space, multiple dining concepts, and rooftop venues. It is a $398 million project. The bond financing closed just last week, and you likely noticed that we've already begun work on the ground. And on October 8th, we'll hold the official groundbreaking. And with the 33-month build time, we're targeting an opening of summer of 2028. And like the expansion, we owe our gratitude to the governor and state leaders for their leadership in getting us to this point. For us, this hotel is going to be a game changer. It creates the walkable room block that national planners demand, and it multiplies the return on investment that we're already seeing from the expansion. Now, looking forward, I see three things that are important and critical in sustaining the momentum for Savannah and for the state. First is keeping this headquarter hotel on track, right? Keeping it on time and on budget so that we can fully unlock the benefits of the expansion. Second is enhancing and improving access here to Hutchinson Island with wayfinding and enhanced pedestrian connectivity and traffic management to keep visitor movement safe and seamless. And then third, why we're here today, it's sustaining local and statewide tourism marketing, because while the expansion and the hotel give us the capacity, it's the marketing and it's the sales that will help us fill that capacity. And that's why your work here is so important. As you explore Georgia's positioning and the impact of marketing and the role of funding, know that the hospitality here in community and here in Savannah stands ready to engage in that work with you. So as we celebrate our 25th anniversary, we're not just looking back or standing on our laurels, we are looking forward. This expansion is complete and it is working. The new headquarter hotel is how we maximize the impact of that expansion. And with your continued leadership, Georgia won't just compete with our neighbors, we will lead. And together, we can deliver memorable experiences, measurable results, and make Georgia the #1 state for tourism. So I thank you again for being here this morning. Thank you for your leadership and everything that you're doing for our industry. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Y'all have any questions?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. Just out of curiosity, Chairman Eccles and I, we've been coming here for years with, like he said, with the Fruit and Vegetable Growers Conference. Just curious, how many employees does it take to run this operation?
Yeah. We have right now in our payroll 138 employees. 50 of those are full-time. The remainder are part-time and as-needed workers. We expect that to ramp up as we mature into this expansion. So the employment impact of the Savannah Convention Center is significant.
And I would echo, there's no telling. Do you know how many employees from other companies like our great folks here today with Encore who have this phenomenal sound system? I
Yeah.
mean, just so many of those, and caterers and food service companies. There's just a lot that.
Yeah, our economic impact study calculated there are about 3,800 jobs directly tied to events here at the Savannah Convention Center. I think there are roughly 27,000 region-wide in hospitality that generate significant economic impact for the community.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question? Signia,
Yes,
this will be, so the first Signia Hotel is attached to the Georgia World
That's correct.
Congress Center in Atlanta. Is this the second one in the world? So is this not this is the sixth one? Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, this will be the second in the state of Georgia.
Yes.
I think there are a few other Signias under construction. I believe one in Tampa, and I forget the other city, but it's one of very few. Yeah.
Luxury. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, we really appreciate the hospitality, and we appreciate what you guys do down here from the bottom to the top. It's a first class operation, and just really proud of it. And I think that the citizens of Georgia need to be proud of it as well. So thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thanks for your time.
All right. Over the past couple of days, I've had the opportunity to meet and hang out with Mr. Joe Marinelli, and he is quite. I told him yesterday at lunch. We had a great conversation. We were all over the place talking about my farm, talking about Savannah, and just the folks that I'm getting introduced to in this industry with have forgotten way more about tourism than I'll ever know. Got more tourism sense in his pinky than most people running around the state of Georgia. But Joe runs the Visit Savannah organization, and what a great, we keep on referencing our Georgia Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association meeting down here every year, but get you a nice little swag bag from your team each year. And it's awesome to be able to put a face and to meet the brains behind that. So y'all welcome Mr. Joe Marinelli.
Well, Senator Eccles, I have a whole bunch of staff here in the room. They might argue that I'm more the beauty of the organization than the brains.
Now they're clapping. Now they're
Yeah,
clapping.
right. Senator Goodman, Senator Eccles and I were talking yesterday, and we've referenced the Fruit and Vegetable Growers Conference a number of times already this morning. I remember the first time I walked into the expo hall and went all the way to the back and saw that blueberry picking machine. And it just blew my mind. I mean, the technology and the science behind picking blueberries and the equipment is just phenomenal, and probably the cost of that equipment as well, right? But yeah, that's a great show. We love welcoming that organization and all of those attendees, especially our vendors on River Street. They especially enjoy that conference in town, and I don't have to tell you why, but we're certainly grateful for that business. Thank you, Senator Eccles and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak to you today. The creation of this Senate study committee on making Georgia the -- state for tourism is not only timely, it's a golden opportunity. It allows our industry the opportunity to demonstrate how an expanded, sustained, and strategic marketing effort can significantly grow jobs, strengthen businesses, and generate new tax revenues for both state and local governments. So we've already heard the term ROI multiple times today, and that's woven through my presentation throughout, sometimes very evident, sometimes a little bit under the skin there. But when you talk about growing jobs, strengthening businesses, and generating new tax revenues, that's what ROI is all about in our industry. So when I say tourism marketing, of course, I'm talking about my friends at Explore Georgia and giving them the tools that they need to compete. Georgia already has an exceptional tourism product. Our mountains and beaches, vibrant cities and charming small towns, culture, cuisine, history, and of course, our Southern hospitality. Visitors to our state are already coming from around the country and around the world. But the truth is, we've only scratched the surface. With the right investment, Georgia can attract millions more visitors, and with them, billions more in visitor spending that flows directly into Georgia's businesses and provides jobs for Georgia residents and tax revenues that benefit every community. Again, that's return on investment. So what will it take to move Georgia toward being the #1 state for tourism? It requires two things. First, a bold, inspiring, nationally recognized marketing campaign that makes people want to visit and experience Georgia. Second, a long-term commitment to adequately funding that campaign to reach audiences across the country and across the globe. Let's start with funding. Georgia's current state tourism budget is less than $12 million annually. By any measure, that's just simply not enough. The U.S. Travel Association reports the average state tourism budget in fiscal 2024 was nearly $20 million, and Georgia is well below that. Meanwhile, some of our competitors are investing at an entirely different scale. Two examples are California spends $186 million on tourism marketing. Our friends to the south, Florida, spend about $80 million. So if Georgia wants to lead, we cannot continue to lag so far behind those other states. So now about the campaign itself. we need to develop a bold, award-winning campaign that elevates Georgia's brand to the world. This campaign must showcase the full range of what our state offers: our natural beauty, our big cities, our charming small towns, all that depend on daily visitor spending. And with an opportunity like the World Cup coming to our state next year, that opportunity presents itself over and over again. But we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Two powerful case studies, Michigan and West Virginia, demonstrate what's possible. Neither was historically viewed as a top-tier tourism destination, but both invested heavily and launched bold, creative campaigns that redefined their state's image, attracted millions of visitors, and delivered enormous returns in jobs and revenue, tax revenue. Again, return on investment. And here's the most important point. The results weren't just good marketing, but measurable economic wins. Independent research in both states shows that new state tax revenue generated by visitors, specifically those motivated by their campaigns, exceeded the campaign's costs. So in other words, the campaigns virtually paid for themselves. That's the kind of return on investment Georgia and Georgians should expect, and it is achievable. This committee's work has the potential to lay out a roadmap for Georgia to reach that same goal, becoming the #1 state for tourism. With the right level of funding, the right long-term commitment, and a bold campaign, Georgia can and will be a national leader in tourism. So now let me share with you some of those case studies of what we do here in Savannah and from around the country. And again, as I said a couple of minutes ago, the notion of ROI sometimes is very evident, sometimes less so, but it's there. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we do things here in Savannah. In 2024, the Savannah-Chatham area welcomed almost 13 million visitors to our community. In turn, we had over 28,000 jobs, direct jobs related to the tourism and hospitality industry. That's 1 in every 6 jobs in our community. Those visitors generated over $4 billion in visitor spending, which, by the way, was up 4.5% from the year before. And in turn, without that $4 billion in spending, local households would have had to pay an additional $4,170 in state and local taxes. So when I started in this business about 100 years ago, tourism marketing really was placing an ad in a magazine or a newspaper. Really that simple. In 2011, you can see the list on the left that showed how we did our job back then. It was TV ads, print ads, billboards, etc. But in our organization, we used 2011 as sort of the tipping point to where we are today. Today, you can see the list on the right and all of the channels and levels of marketing that it takes for us to be successful. 2011 was the first year we actually spent more money on digital marketing than on print marketing. And the imbalance has continued to grow. But when you look at that list on the right, it kind of tees up the next slide. So in this slide, I want you to first focus on sort of the middle of the slide. In our organization, we talk about the pyramid that it takes to bring a potential visitor from inspiration to ultimately visiting Savannah and Chatham County and experiencing it. Using that previous slide, in 2011, the path to purchase, so the path from inspiration to actually coming, was about 10 touch points. They saw an ad, maybe saw a commercial or heard something on the radio. They were motivated to book. Today, with the distractions that we all have in our life, that same path to purchase reflects back on the column on the right that I just showed you, and all of the levels that it takes for us to reach a customer, get their attention, get them excited about booking, and then ultimately traveling here. What are those distractions? Well, you all have one in front of you. It's your smartphone. It's your friends texting you in the middle of the day. It's somebody telling you about a new Netflix show that you have to check out. It's somebody feeding you new videos. The competition for your attention, for a traveler's attention, is exponentially greater. Not to mention all of the other cities that we're competing with. We like to chuckle in our office, when somebody is going online to potentially explore visiting Charleston, South Carolina, we bombard them with Savannah ads. Yeah, so we're those creepy guys that do that kind of work. But that's how it works. And those are those touch points that we're talking about. I'm going to take you through a couple of examples that we do here in Savannah. We are currently working with a production company out of New York City that bought the rights to the story Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. They are transforming that story into a musical. And last year they debuted that musical in Chicago at the Goodman Theater. It was programmed to run for eight weeks as a trial to get ready to eventually make it to Broadway. The show sold 98% of its tickets. That caused the theater to extend the run from 8 weeks to 10 weeks. And over 40,000 people in those 10 weeks saw that show. As a result, we saw a significant bump in travel from Chicago to Savannah over the next 6 months. There it is again, return on investment. On the right, you see our Surprisingly Savannah mobile tour. This is a 2-year initiative that we started last year in 24. And we worked with one of our partners, the same folks that took us for a trolley ride last night, Old Town Trolleys. We leased one of their trolleys, wrapped it in our colors and logo, decorated it with a lot of assets that reflect Savannah and Tybee Island. And we took it on the road to 11 different cities last summer. 11 different cities, all of which have direct, nonstop air service to Savannah. So imagine interacting with somebody in New York City saying, listen, when the rat race of New York starts to get to you, or maybe it gets a little cold here in January and February, you can be on an airplane from LaGuardia or JFK or Newark, be in Savannah in an hour and a half, sitting on a rooftop bar, enjoying a cocktail and getting away from it all. That message resonated in those 11 cities. We had such great success with it. We're doing 7 cities this year. And here's the byproduct of it. We partnered with our friends at SEDA, the Savannah Economic Development Authority, to bring them along to 6 cities last year and all of the cities this year to talk about workforce development. So here we are in cities all around the country. We're actually going to be in Denver this weekend, Dallas next weekend, and in Boston in 3 weeks with that message. Visit Savannah. A visit to Savannah is also a visit to Georgia. And oh, by the way, let's talk about an opportunity for a change of scenery in terms of where you live and work. Some other ideas that we are working on currently in 2025. No one in this room can argue the success and the notoriety of the Savannah Bananas. They're everywhere you look. And certainly, we have been a partner with the Bananas from day one. I remember when the owner, Jesse Cole, came to my office for the first time and said, we're going to bring baseball back to Savannah. I said, okay, we'll support you, whatever it takes. A few weeks later, they named the team the Savannah Bananas. We all scratched our head. And you know the rest of the story. Earlier this year, this summer, we worked with one of the Bananas players, Jackson Olsen, arguably one of the most handsome Savannah Bananas, and did a series of videos to promote family travel. He literally brought his mom and dad into town, and they did a series of videos around the city to promote family travel to Savannah. Secondly, we worked with the Golf Channel and Club Car, a Georgia-based company, earlier this year on the Club Car Golf Championships out at the Landings. This national TV exposure gave us an introduction to folks that probably aren't always thinking about Savannah as a golf destination, but here they were in April watching TV, seeing the beautiful blue skies of Savannah over the tournament, and hopefully planning their travel here. And just recently, literally 2 weeks ago, we completed a multi-month initiative with Saks Fifth Avenue and a hot new fashion trend-setting organization, Love Shack Fancy, which I bet Chloe is familiar with, and did a dinner for about 30 of the top editors from Condé Nast, Travel and Leisure, Oprah Winfrey, Martha Stewart, and so forth in New York City, showcasing that partnership. So as you can see in the red on this slide, we're leveraging partnerships with the hottest sports brand in the country. We're appealing to new customers, whether a male-dominated audience like the Golf Channel or female-dominated audience like Love Shack Fancy. Some other examples of the work that we do, and to magnify that this work is not inexpensive, here are just 3 publications that we do business with and have a full-page 4-color presence with. Architectural Digest hits at the core of the customer that we're trying to attract every single day. But it ain't cheap. Over $200,000 for a two-page spread in Architectural Digest. I'm sure most of the people in this room are interested in Garden and Gun magazine. We're working closely with them currently on a number of new initiatives, but a 2-page spread with them is nearly $50,000. And of course, Better Homes and Gardens reaches a whole lifestyle-oriented audience, and again, not cheap. So if we're doing that in Savannah, imagine what it would take for Explore Georgia to do the same. But these expenditures are not just limited to leisure travel. As Kelvin just talked about, with this spectacular new building funded in part by the state of Georgia, once the convention center expansion was completed, we had to take a step back, take a look at our trade show booth that we take on the road to the big industry shows, like your fruit and vegetable show that you go to. We do those shows all over the country. We had to retool our exhibit booth to better reflect this new product. And we'll have to tweak it again once we announce the news about the Signia. We had to refresh our brand campaign to make sure that convention planners, meeting planners, event planners now understand what we have to offer. Prior to the expansion opening, the Savannah Convention Center was ranked by Trade Show Executive Magazine as the 154th largest convention center in the country. Today, we're the 81st largest. So we've really changed our position in the marketplace with this expansion. And Kelvin also talked about the ribbon cutting ceremony we did back in April. We brought in 25 top prospects, national convention planners that have future business for Savannah, and entertained them and had the opportunity to meet Governor Kemp, et cetera. I talked earlier about the campaigns at Pure Michigan and West Virginia. I'm sure everybody in this room has seen the ads for Pure Michigan at one point. What most folks don't understand is that campaign originally was a $5 million campaign designed to get folks in Michigan to visit Michigan destinations, keep that business in the state. They reached out a little bit to some surrounding cities like Chicago and Cleveland and Indianapolis, but the main purpose was getting Michiganders to stay in Michigan. Today, that campaign is nationwide, and as you can see on the slide, Michigan spends over $40 million a year telling the world, visit Michigan. Similarly, the state of West Virginia markets their Almost Heaven campaign. That campaign is currently almost a $50 million campaign on an annual basis to tell the world that West Virginia is almost heaven. And every year when the Super Bowl rolls around, we hear stories about the cost of what it takes to run an ad, a 10-second, a 15-second, a 30-second ad for the Super Bowl. In 2024, our friends in Louisiana spent $500,000 on a 30-second ad for the Super Bowl. You know, all of this, when we look back on our 2024 media spend, we spent about $1.3 million in targeted media. That resulted in almost $519 million of return, an ROI of $394 for every dollar that we spent. Wow, ROI, it doesn't get much better than that. So at the end of the day, it's all about being bold. If Georgia invests boldly, our tourism will grow. We'll compete at a different level. We'll bring more awareness to our state, which leads to jobs and tax revenues. And Georgia can, in fact, compete to be the #1 state in the country for visitation. However, if we stand still, I don't have to read the list to you. That's where we've been for the last 20 years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and certainly welcome any questions or comments that you have. But when you look around this room, you see the partners and stakeholders that support our local visitor economy every day. These people care, and they're counting on you to help us get to that next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. And our first conversation yesterday at lunch kind of caught him off guard just a little bit. I'm sure that Savannah and I'm sure they could use, there's some things that they could use some help from the state of Georgia. I'm sure of that. But as you guys have seen here in this presentation, they're kind of like the poster child for doing things the right way. And what those investments look like. So we appreciate what you do. I think that's a challenge to us here on this committee to be able to look at the great things you guys are doing and hopefully come up with some policy that we're able to take statewide and be able to help you guys along the way. Anybody got any questions?
Thank you. That was a fantastic presentation. I was especially taken with not just the creative partnerships, but really the precision and strategy by which you were going about marketing Savannah. And the examples that you gave with Michigan and West Virginia, I am wondering this because yes, there's the money piece and the investment, but I'm wondering also if you hear from peers in other states, what the structure of it looks like. So we've got Explored Georgia. What does the structure of Michigan's agency look like? And are there differences there that we also need to be thinking about?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know that I'm intimate with exactly how they're structured. I would say to you that their pure Michigan staff, which is the equivalent of Explore Georgia, is at least double the size in terms of having sales and marketing associates as part of their organization. They also invest significantly in attracting international visitors as well. So they will partner with rep firms in the UK, in Canada, in Germany, and so forth. We've done some of that in the past, but they've invested strongly from an international perspective as well. When we go to industry trade shows, the Pure Michigan displays are dynamic. They're interactive. They have a significant core of staff, whether they're Pure Michigan staff or their partners from attractions and hotels. They're all there. They're all outfitted in their logo wear and so forth. So they really bring their A game to any of the shows. Add all of that to the fact that we all know their work, right? We see their TV commercials. We hear their radio commercials. They're doing so much out of home, which is billboard advertising, a lot connected to streaming TV. So that $40-ish million that they're spending is a blend of personnel and technology.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Anybody else got any questions? Senator Goodman?
I was just going to say this. It's interesting you're talking about keep talking about our farmers conference that we have. And my wife calls it Farmers Gone Wild. You know, all these guys coming from.
Is that the River Street reference we mentioned?
You were talking about some of the establishments down by the river. I actually, one of the best economic indicators for the agricultural industry in our state every year, and I watch it every year, is at Savannah Smiles. Because you have to pay money to write up on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put something up there, then somebody else has got to pay more money to have that message erased. And then another, I've seen it in bad years that it got up to $50. And I've seen it in good years when it got up to $750.
Wow.
That's probably the most accurate economic indicator in the fruit and vegetable industry in the state of Georgia. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, very good. Very, very good.
You got a question? So this senator again, he is Georgia's senator. He wore a sport coat today, so we appreciate him coming in his appropriate attire. Thank you, Senator.
As painful as it may be, Mr. Chairman, I am wearing sport jackets in Savannah, and yes, it is hot down here. So I'm glad that we've recovered from last night's sport jacket faux pas. But it is great to be with you and the committee members and all of our friends in the tourism side of things. Unlike my brother down on the far end of the table down there that had all those tough questions, I'm going to ask each of our speakers today one easy question. You deal with Savannah, but if you were dealing with the entire state, how much money would it take to do a reputable job to fund tourism to the effect that you would want to see it in Georgia?
You're asking me that question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, Senator Eccles and I talked a little bit about it last night. I told him my presentation was going to be about being bold. And I made that abundantly clear and supported my argument for that. But I also believe that you're not going to eat that elephant all at one time. And we get that, right? Burt Brantley talked last night about the $5 fee and maybe using that as an opportunity to bite that apple a little bit. But, let's start. I mean, what are we talking about? The current budget for Explore Georgia is about $10 or $11 million. And when you boil that down, really about half or maybe less than half of that is going to marketing because they're also paying staff. They operate the visitors, the welcome centers around the state and so forth. So I think the 10 or $11 million is misleading. I think it's a smaller number than that. So let's start with the first year by just simply doubling it and then doubling it again, right? Given the opportunity, as I've demonstrated in this presentation, given the opportunity to invest the right way and being committed with the sustained commitment of funding, the ROI will come with it. So let's set a goal for in the next 5 years, we have tripled the commitment, the funding commitment, and challenge our leadership team at GDEC and Explore Georgia and all of us in the room to match that and get to that level.
Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up, Joe, if you would, I think you might be inferring that the way that you would see us raising that revenue is do a hotel fee similar to the transportation fee that we put on $5 fee. Is that?
I never said that.
I'm just putting words in your mouth.
Yeah, I know you are. I have hoteliers sitting behind me. I'm not doing that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Got a question out here?
Thank you so much. As the state looks at reinventing their marketing campaigns, do you have the data that shows your out-of-market international ROI versus your in-market, like neighboring state ROI for marketing visitor spend?
Yeah, we estimate that international visitation to Savannah, Chatham County is about 8 to 10% of our overall numbers. So it's still a very, very small number. Most of our visitors in the past, keyword there, in the past, came from Canada. Canada 1, UK 2, Germany 3. We've seen a growing number, obviously, from South Korea. France and Australia always perform well for us as well. Now, given the geopolitics of our world today, we'll see this winter if it will get cold again in Canada and if it will stay warm and sunny in Florida, and if those Canadians will in fact go back to Florida or not, because when they do, they stop in Savannah and Chatham County on the way down. So international visitation, 10% or less at the moment. We have in our business plan at Visit Savannah this year, we put the foundation blocks in place for a 5-year growth plan to increase our commitment of international marketing over the next 5 years, utilizing the World Cup as sort of the launching point as in a partnership with Explore Georgia. So that sort of reflects where we are. In terms of ROI, it's difficult. We don't currently spend a lot of money overseas, but I think what we do spend, in fact, we were in London and Dublin last week with some partners, and they're telling us that their customers throughout the UK, throughout Ireland, although they've taken a year off of coming to the States in 2025 because of other things that happen above our pay grade, their customers want to come to the United States. So they are already seeing an increase in inquiries for visitation to our country for 26 and 27. At the end of the day, international visitors want to go to New York City. They want to go to the Grand Canyon. They want to go see Mickey Mouse. They want to go to see Washington, D.C. But Savannah will always get a piece of that, especially working with partners in the South and partnering with the Atlanta CVB, the Georgia World Congress Center, the Georgia Aquarium, the Coca-Cola Museum, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. Got time for just a couple more questions right back here.
I'm known as the mouth of the South, so what can I say? But anyway, I'd like to add a piece to your puzzle here to give you statistics on what the motor coach industry brings to the state of Georgia. And we look at $420 million per day for travelers coming into the state. So we can help you with that income.
Last month, Savannah hosted an industry convention called SYTA, SYTA, the Student and Youth Travel Association. These are the organizations that bring student and youth travel to a city like Savannah. That business is really important to us, less so for the big convention hotels in town, but more so for the suburban area hotels, the hotels that offer free parking for their motor coaches and so forth. We hosted that convention. I believe we already have 14 new business opportunities that have presented themselves just from that convention for 26 and 27.
2028 to bring the United Motor Coach Association Expo into Savannah as soon as the hotel is finished, because I'm on that board and we're doing a planning committee for that. So we're excited I live here. Savannah's my home. I've been born and raised here, so I can't get out. So anyway, and as far as the bananas go, we do their transportation. So on our buses, we spent 36 days in California with them, and it says Savannah Bananas, not anything else, but we bring people to Savannah for them.
Good. I hope you'll talk to Jeff and Kelly from our sales team about your 2028 event, but thank you for that.
Got another question right over here to my left.
Real quick, Joe, will you speak on local DMO's ability to leverage greater spending at the state level, all around the state, not just Savannah?
Yeah, I've been a part of the Georgia Association for Convention and Visitors Bureaus for the entire 19 years that I've been here. Jeff Hewitt, our chief sales officer, is the current board chair. Whip, I think hope I'm answering your question, but each of my counterparts around the state, and many of them are in the room right now, want the opportunity to partner with Explore Georgia and leverage our dollars with their dollars to do greater spending in the future. And I think the World Cup is a great example of that. Right now, we don't know which countries will play in Atlanta. So the campaign is really built around the world's coming to North America. We want you to visit Georgia. Once we know the countries that are playing, we'll be more targeted with that. And DMOs, destination marketing organizations like ours, are stepping up to partner with Explore Georgia to boost the marketing effort, to bring more of those international visitors who are not going to come for a day or two or even 3, but probably going to come for 10 or 12 or even 15 days.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Learned a lot. My little bitty brain is absorbing a lot of information right now.
Yeah,
So we appreciate it. Y'all give Joe a hand.
thank you.
All right, we're going to get Michael Owens up right now. Michael is, he's got a long career in the hospitality industry, growing up in Atlanta, and now he's in Savannah. I've been here for over 20 years, and for the past decade, he worked with HLC Hotels, and he's charged with overseeing the operations of multiple properties. In 2012, he was hired as president and chief executive officer of the Tourism Leadership Council. He and his distinguished board of directors lead the largest trade organization representing tourism and hospitality community in Georgia. This is pretty interesting that in 2013, he founded the Savannah Food and Wine Festival, which raised over $750,000 for nonprofits. And in the festival's last year before the COVID pandemic, the festival was ranked number 7 best festival in the United States by USA Today. So quite the honor, and been again, the past couple of days, I've just been inundated with all this tourism information, and I would hate to play tourism Jeopardy with this gentleman right here because I promise you would lose. So, Michael, give us your presentation, and hopefully we can glean just a little bit of that knowledge.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I have great news. I probably won't be 25 minutes. How about that? Like Joe, a lot of my staff is here, and they would agree with his staff that he is the beauty and not the brains of Visit Savannah. So I just wanted to endorse that great presentation, Joe. He did a terrific job, as always. The Tourism Leadership Council is a nonprofit trade organization that represents the tourism and hospitality industry. We have members all over Georgia, but we have offices here in Savannah and in St. Simons in the Golden Isles. We do not market the destination. We do not market Georgia. We don't market Golden Isles or Visit Savannah. That's well taken care of by our DMO partners. We answer directly to the industry. We're a trade organization, and we represent the industry's interests that in this town employs 28,000 along the coast. It's more than 50,000 Georgians rely on our success in tourism and hospitality to put food on the table. It is big business, not just here in the coast, but in all of Georgia. I'd start with a little bit of quiz question. What is the most powerful brand in Georgia? Who did that? Good job. Coca-Cola. Many years ago, there was a presentation to the Joint House and Senate Study Committee, and there was a member of the committee, and we were talking about marketing Georgia, and the committee member said, well, I think everybody knows Georgia exists. I don't think we need to market it at all. We're on every single map printed in the United States. Are you aware at all if Coca-Cola does any marketing? Just a little bit. What I want you to understand here is this is the big brand. This is what you're going to look at. This is what you point to when you think of Coca-Cola. These are all of the sub-brands under it. Tons of variety and opportunity, but the big brand is what matters most, and that's what Coca-Cola pushes. We have the same thing. We have the big brand Explore Georgia. And Georgia, in and of itself, the word is a brand. Many years ago, we paid a bunch of money to some consultants when it was the Savannah Convention and Visitors Bureau, and we wanted to know, what is our byline for Savannah? Like Virginia is for lovers and Arkansas is for felons. What's ours? I may not have the Arkansas thing right, but to my memory, that's what it is. And what the consultant told us is something that we already knew, is that the word Savannah was special for different reasons for different people. For some, it was history. For some, it was architecture. For some, it was romance. For some, it was the river. But Savannah was the brand. And so we put an action verb in front of it. Visit Savannah, just like we did Explore Georgia. Think of the diversity of what Georgia represents to the customer's mind. We have all these sub-brands and many, many more. And you drill down even further, there are sub-brands within it. There are different attractions, there are different experiences that our customer wants. And our job is to generate the demand to go seek out those things. And what the stage opportunity here is to, and this is the most important word I'm ever going to say to you, demand. What we need to do is generate more demand. Most people do not realize, believe it or not, the basics of the supply and demand equilibrium. We are 100% on the supply side. We provide whatever our customer demands. If they want a luxury experience in a market, we create it. If they want farm to table, we create it. Look at Senator Halpern in your world. Just think of the beverage side of it. One moment, rye whiskey is the most important thing in the world, and the next minute, it's vodka with no calories. We don't create that demand. We answer to that demand. It's the brand. It's the knowledge. It's keeping the front of mind, Georgia on my mind. That's what helps generate that demand. Variety, Senator Goodman, you will find everywhere. But the most important thing,
Shameless plug, shameless plug.
brand. What I ask you to do is to protect the brand, to promote the brand, to generate that. There were some questions in the last committee, and this is really the part of my presentation that I was asked to give on, what do other states spend? And the truth is there's probably not a fair comparison when you're looking just at state budgets. If you look at South Carolina at 153 million, that includes all of their park programs. And Arkansas, assuming that's a bunch of felony programs and work release sort of thing there. But they don't just have, many states don't just look at tourism marketing the way we do, right? So what we really wanted to find out is what are the states spending on their brand, whether it's Arkansas, whether it's South Carolina, what are they spending on their brand? I can tell you, I am a policy wonk. I read budgets. I have now read 11 state budgets. My staff has spent over 2 weeks looking and digging in. We have read committee reports to try to find what are people trying to spend. We have to remember it's an extremely competitive business that we're in. It's a rivalry. We are fighting for the dollars because our customers make choices. And so what they spend and how they spend it is often a part of the secret sauce of how they've become successful. So digging into these documents, we made phone calls to states. We did open records requests to states. Most of them were ignored. We talked to everybody we could, and we actually came up what we feel is very defensible, and we can give you two sources on each, is this is where we are in comparison to what the other states are spending on their brand. We are dead last. That should be a powerful image to everybody. This is what those other states are outspending us every single year. Senator, again, I would answer your question before you get to ask it. Where should we be spending? $50 million. That's my answer, not doubling, $50 million. We have a lot of catch up to do to regain market share that's been taken from us because of our lack of investment in that area. Now, this also needs to be said. We've done a great job with what we have. We as a state and individual destinations have done a terrific job, and it's not that tourism has been ignored by the state. You're standing in a building that had the largest single project appropriation in state history at $276 million. You have built the Georgia World Congress Center, which is a sprawling campus that's absolutely an economic boon. You built an absolutely incredible convention center down in Golden Isles on Jekyll Island. You bought the island and preserved it for tourism and for Georgia families. It's not that you don't take care of tourism. You do it in many, many different ways. But when talking about comparing what a brand is spending against our competitor brand, we continue to be dead last. If we went up to $50 million, you could actually even have it from the overage from the $5 hotel motel fee that was enacted in House Bill 170. House Bill 170, as all of you know, and we won't rehash it, was passed in the middle of the night in conference committee at about 10 p.m. with no industry input. And the expectation in that bill was that we would generate $150 million a year. We've never done that low except for COVID-19, which we do not acknowledge in any way, shape, or form. 2020 was not a year. We have always overachieved those budgetary requirements. What GDOT does with those dollars is important to the industry. There's no doubt about it. We're not against certainly what Russell and his team do. We are direct beneficiaries of it. But the overage of it, if we spent a little bit of that money, we would be generating more of that $5 hotel motel fee. There is no greater ROI than tourism. And as the chairman said earlier, and it's an important thing to remember, the impact is absolutely instantaneous. We are the most taxed industry there is, and our customer is taxed at every transaction along the way. When they fly in, they pay a tax. When they stay at one of our hotels in Savannah, they're going to pay 6% sales and use tax. They're going to pay 7% sales and use tax, 8% hotel motel tax, a $5 hotel motel fee, and then a $1 transportation fee. They will go to breakfast that morning and they will pay sales tax on that transaction. They will go to lunch and they will pay transaction tax on that. They will go shop and there was tax on every single one of those receipts. And then at dinner, if they have a cocktail, they'll also pay a 3% extra excise tax that's levied by the city of Savannah, which helps our police department in its recruitment efforts. We are the most tax industry that there is, and you get those tax receipts every single month. It's an instantaneous investment. We've done an extraordinary job in this state in investing in manufacturing and onshoring these businesses back here. Those are projects that we will take 20 and 30 years to recover those investments. We can do it by the end of the weekend. You want instantaneous job benefits. You want instantaneous opportunities. Invest in tourism. And you can count the ROI at the end of the month, not the end of the decade. I'm going to stand here awkwardly while you look at a video.
Hi, I'm Dave, proud owner of a working peach orchard and big-time supporter of promoting tourism. So, why does a peach farmer care about tourism? Well, let me tell you a little story about John and Jane.
Hi.
They thought it would be nice to take a vacation. John had ideas. And Jane had ideas. But as they talked, they couldn't decide where to go. They knew their place was out there. They just had to find it. Jane flipped through magazines. John started noticing the vacation ads on TV. On his way to work, John saw billboards and heard radio ads.
Sunny skies.
And once he got there, he talked to his friends about where they spent their vacations. Jane did some research on the internet, visiting different websites to see which places had what they were looking for. After seeing all their options, John and Jane came to the same conclusion.
We found the perfect place.
They were so excited. They started to plan their trip right away. After booking their flights, John was eager to line up some things to do in the perfect place. So he visited the Perfect Place's website, watched a video, checked out the hotels, bought tickets to a ball game, and signed up for the Perfect Place's e-newsletter, especially for visitors. Jane called the toll-free number and spoke to a nice lady who told her everything she needed to know about the perfect place. Jane also got the visitor's guide, which helped her learn what theater productions were in town, where to eat, and other things to do in the perfect place. So John and Jane had explored their options, booked their travel, and planned their vacation. They packed their bags and off they went. End of story, right? Actually, this is where the real story begins. Because what do you think John and Jane do when they get to the perfect place? Guess what? They spend their money. They spend their money on their rental car, in their hotel, seeing the attractions, enjoying outdoor activities, shopping, and dining out. They're happy they came to the perfect place. Woohoo! You know who else is happy? The hotel they stayed in, of course, and the bellman at the hotel, the workers at the local company that supplies his uniform, the stores they shop at and the banks they use. And then there's the restaurant where John and Jane ate dinner. And the waitress who served them their wine? She's happy too. So's the local vineyard that grew the grapes that made the wine, the people who bottled it and the drivers who brought it into town. And the peach farmer who supplied the peaches for the cobbler that the waitress served John and Jane for dessert. That's why someone like me cares about tourism in somewhere like the perfect place. Yes, I'm a farmer, but I'm also a businessman, and I can draw a lot of conclusions from that story. I bet you can too. Tourism creates jobs. It brings in spending. And tourists pay taxes, which means locals pay less. But tourism is competitive, and without the marketing engine that drives it, people like John and Jane will take their money to some other destination, where it'll benefit some other local economy. Let's make sure our local economy grows. Let's feed it, nurture it, help it along, so it becomes strong, healthy, and delicious.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plug. For a peach farmer and a cobbler person.
Had no idea.
The last thing I wanted to talk about is the most important aspect of this industry to me. It is the people. There are 500 million Georgians that are employed directly in this industry. Those are extraordinary, 500,000, 486,000 Georgians rely on this industry to put food on the table. The stories that happen in our industry are nothing short of remarkable. We talk about workforce development all the time in this state. And you've got a strong privately funded industry that provides perhaps what I absolutely believe is the strongest workforce development engine in any sector of the economy. The majority of the people that are leading our industry today started in our industry as a housekeeper, as a valet, as a dishwasher, or in maintenance. There is no greater upward mobility in a career path than what tourism and hospitality offers every single day. There are key people that I work with on a daily basis, and their success story was always the inspiration of me. Charles Roberts, who owns HLC Hotels that I worked for 10 years before I took over the TLC. Charles started in HLC Hotels as a busboy at the properties in Florida. Mark Dana, who was a partner of a significant developer here in 1976, he was a server at a restaurant. And then he became a partner of one of the most successful development companies in Savannah. Whip Triplett, North Point Hospitality, who's built the most amount of inventory in Savannah, started out in the kitchen and worked his way up in every single capacity. I started as a fry cook in a bar in Roswell, Georgia. I have worked almost every single job in the industry. I look fabulous in housekeeping dresses when we used to wear dresses. Now they're pants. That real world experience that is not offered in other industries without having to go get a specialty degree is needed in our state. If we're going to have a ladder of success, there better be rungs on every single level, and most importantly, the entry level. Most importantly, from those who don't benefit from secondary education, those who weren't able to finish high school, those that had different family obligations. Everyone can be successful in our industry. We offer jobs and we offer careers, and it's entirely the choice of the individual. But here, anyone can succeed. And that's the brightest opportunity we can offer anybody in this state. And the way that we add more of those opportunities is by increasing the demand of people who want to come here, spend their money, and support your constituents in their career path. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michael. It's a great presentation. Appreciate it. Anybody got any questions here? Senator Gann?
Since he's already answered my default question, and Russ haven't plugged me for a bunch of hard questions to throw at him. Senator Goodman. But I look at the $5 fee. You said we've exceeded the 150 million. If I looked at other than that year, we forgot. What did we do last year with that $5 fee?
What was it, 190 million, Chris? 218 million.
So if you put a $1 fee in, it almost gets you that number you're looking for.
You mean add another one on?
Just add $1.
You have a primary challenger this year? I was just curious.
Nobody wants to do taxes. Said, I'm not good at taxes, but I do understand, said return on investment.
Sure. What I would answer that with is I think the $5 hotel motel fee and its overage is great, but I don't think is entirely necessary. I think that the legislature could decide to spend the money to receive the benefits, and they could simply make that decision to do that. I'm not sure that is entirely incumbent on the businesses that operate at their risk and their investment without inducement by any tax benefits, all money at risk by private dollars in private companies, that they need to pay more for everybody else's success. And here's the other thing, is the beneficiaries of tourism is not just hotels. As a matter of fact, the spending in Savannah, you would think is all the hotels. It's only 44% last year. The majority of the spending that happens in attractions, transportations, retails, and restaurants. Why only tax hotel customers for that? I think it's inequitable. I think everybody has the opportunity to gain from the benefit of tourism spending, including the state, including local governments. And I'm not sure the tourism industry should have to be carved out to figure out its own pathway to pay for, yet again, what they're already providing.
Mr. Chairman, if I might follow up.
Absolutely.
Mr. Owens, I want to tell you, I said we just got to talking politics now.
Yes, sir.
Because for me, you're always a step ahead of me. Said but I'm like, okay, take 20% or the dollar off of that $5 fee. And because you're exceeding what you wanted to on the transportation funding, and we've done some other great things in transportation funding. And say, hey, to me, we try to shift that, but that's going to take a lot of political courage, and that's where the situation with this committee is challenged with. Okay, how do we do a better job of getting more tourism into our state? And I think everybody here recognizes it takes money to do that.
Yes, sir.
So, and it takes courage to decide, hey, we're gonna invest that money to get that return. And one of the things that when somebody comes to, I think, I'm not sure really all the stick figures and the things there, but somewhere along the way, they were buying fuel, either jet fuel when they came in, or whether they were buying automobile or truck fuel or whatever, when those people come visit Georgia. And that dollar for tourism, could easily be offset with motor fuel taxes. Additional motor fuel taxes.
I think that's, it's becoming, as this study committee, we're going to, here in a couple hours, we're going to wrap up number 2, and we got 2 more. It's the $1 million question. No pun intended, but you're right. It's going to be a difficult question for us to take back to our colleagues when we draw up a report and figure this out. So presentations like this, expert opinions from all over the industry. I appreciate y'all taking to heart whenever I mention the ROI. And after our break here, we're going to talk about some workforce development. I appreciate you mentioning that. These people coming in on these entry-level jobs, and then all of a sudden they're a manager at a hotel. That's meaningful. And I just cannot reiterate enough to the people in this room, when we're making these asks, whatever it is that we come up with, what our report looks like, we have to talk about the return on investment, and we have to talk about the workforce development. That's, our colleagues understand that better than they do how many hotels are booked, how many festivals we have, how many, all these great things that we have in Georgia. That's the language that our colleagues speak. And so I think we're going to, we're tasked with finding, weaving that together. So thank you all for being here. Anybody else got any? We got more questions.
I got one more, since I'm in the Russ Goodman mode. We have a hotel motel tax.
Yes, sir.
And I look at a lot of different local governments, and all that money stays in the local government. I think state requires 43-point-something%. Actually has to be spent on tourism in that community. Can you tell me, or can you get me the information between now and our next meeting of what all of that hotel motel tax generates across the state of Georgia? And we know at least 43% is being spent on tourism, but there's the other portion of that can be spent on regular M&O for their budget for the local community. I don't know other communities whether they're spending all on M&O for their community, or whether they're saying, hey, no, we're going to put it all into tourism. Is there some way that, do you have the ability to?
DCA, by and large, is the keeper of that information. I think you heard from Tyler Ringgold in Gainesville. We'll reach out to him as well. Senator, I would just slightly correct the 43 figure. It really depends on which level of tax you're levying from the county and municipal level. So anywhere from 3 to 8%, and those percentages change in almost each one of those levels. In many cases, it's half is unrestricted back to the government entity collecting, and the other half goes to the DMO. There's about 13 grandfathered clauses in that code section, where we were one of them until 3 years ago, where part of it could go to fund a civic center. And so there's a lot of different little areas there, including tourism product development, which is an extraordinary tool that the industry and local government can partner to do together to build the infrastructure that does help create demand. We'll love to get you that total number. We'll see if we can't get that from DCA and get it to you, but it's certainly in the tens of millions.
It's been my I guess, interpretation that most of these communities are at the.
That is,
I'd love to see data on that one.
yeah, I can give you a full list. So the notion that most of the tourism or the municipalities and counties are at 8% is a slide that is used by communities that are trying to convince their community to do it. In fact, more are below 8 than are at 8. More are below 7 than they are 8. But there are several communities at 8. That's absolutely true. We're one of them here in Savannah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Got a question, Senator Goodman?
I was just going to say one thing. It's interesting to me with the slide that you put up with the amount of money each state is spending.
Yes, sir.
We're dead last, but then Mississippi is just ahead of us. But we have nearly 11 million people, and Mississippi doesn't have but 3 million people. So when you talk, if you look at this per capita spending, those numbers are going to be even worse. You tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the only state that we're comparable with in population probably is North Carolina. They have about 11 million people.
That's right.
So when you put it on a per capita level, we're actually even worse off than that graph would suggest.
I feel that you're going to drive Hamp Murphy nuts, who is now going to be giving a per capita calculation. Are you listening to this, Hamp? And that will be sent back to you as quickly as possible. But that's a great point, right? We are one of the most populous states. And when you put it on a per capita basis, boy, the disparity grows.
And finally, I just want to say that was a phenomenal presentation. I completely understand why you are no longer cooking French fries, because that was great, and I appreciate
I
it.
still cook French fries for my kids, and I enjoy it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, we got a couple questions from out in the audience, just a couple questions from out in the audience.
I plead the fifth.
Again,
Oh, it's Cal. Yes, sir. It's one of my board members, Cal Patel.
first, I want to thank the Senate committee for serving us, the people, and the fine state of Georgia. Thank you for your service. 3 quick points and questions. Number one, workforce development is a concern. I'm living proof of workforce development. I brought we have a general manager today from Section 8 housing, housekeeping to general manager. He knows the story. And she's been with me 10 plus years. To have that, only our industry can do that. Second, ROI. As farmers and business people on that panel, agriculture, according to GDAC, is our #1 economy in Georgia. Number 2 is tourism. Why would we not invest in your second biggest industry? Third, I serve on the Explore Georgia board. You've had the past tourism commissioner is no longer here. We got a great piece of talent in J. Mark Walter. The last thing I want to do is to frustrate him. We need resources. It's hard for us to function without resources. To me, this is a partial graph. Texas, Michigan, Florida is not on here. This is just the Southeast, and Florida is part of the Southeast. One may use.
I do not acknowledge Florida.
However,
There.
Florida is not part of that graph. So I hope we can address what we need.
It's a great point, Cal. I did want to say the reason that we did not put Florida in, it was on purpose there. It's Disney. We're probably not going to compete with the big mouse. I think it's an unfair comparison. And what I don't want to be is intellectually dishonest when we're starting to compare things and say, well, we really should be at this level. We don't have a driver like that. We don't, that generates that much wealth throughout the state and all the ancillary businesses that go through it. We left it out because I wanted to keep it as intellectually honest of these are places we do compete with that don't have those same assets that we're fighting against in Florida. Great point.
Michael, thank you for that presentation. Can you speak to our current trends in occupancy rates in our hotels in Savannah and statewide and how that compares to the last couple of years? What I'm wondering is, how is the timing of this request of the legislature to increase our investment in tourism and
Yeah.
how that could translate?
Julie, thanks for the question. It's a great question. So Georgia is as a state is faring well. It's close to flat year-over-year growth with some incremental increases in pockets. Among the coast, we have been in correction territory since November of last year. It is nothing to, we're not quite ready to invade South Carolina and take Charleston as a prize because we're that panicked. But we have seen year-over-year reductions in occupancy and, more importantly, rate across the board, with the exception of last month, where we actually saw a little bit of growth. There are a lot of contributing factors to that. Certainly, as Joe referenced earlier, geopolitical concerns, economic concerns. What will the impacts of tariff be? What, will they linger? Or are they what we're told they're going to be? I made a presentation to my membership in November of last year, and here's what I love that song. I was conscientious about a couple of things. In November of last year, per capita savings had never been lower in the U.S. economy in history. Credit card debt had never been higher. And we just, at that point, we were in the middle of our second quarter of a historic default on auto loans. Those are economic indicators that we look at as a whole sector. Tourism is your leading economic indicator. We are absolutely your leading economic indicator. And Terry England and I had tons of conversations about that when he looked at those numbers. Well, the reason is this, is if the home economy tightens up a little bit, do you fail to pay the light bill, or do you maybe cancel the trip with a plane on it? Right? You make choices in the home economy, and tourism is typically the very first thing that's cut. So keep a strong eye on what your tourism industry doing as a state, because it'll let you know how Georgians are doing at home. We are starting to see a little bit of decline there at the same time. We're starting to see some of that, as we strongly feel, is because we're competing with the attention of other states who have put in the money to penetrate into our market share and grab it. And it's much more expensive to go get it back than it is keep it in the first place. Great question, Julie.
Thank you. Got one more right over here.
It's me again. I'm a
Hi.
data analyst, and I'm probably the only person in the room that actually works in Georgia and Florida. So I work down with Visit Florida as well and have all their numbers. The economic impact is, do you have, this slide is amazing. Do you have the visitor tax revenue and visitor spend per state compared to what they're spending on marketing? Because that would be really great to
It is
see.
a great one, and we looked into that a little bit. Specifically, we're trying to answer the question of this committee, and the last is what are the other states spending? So we really focused on that. This graph alone took weeks of digging through, and so we didn't have a lot of extra time to go to the others. But I would also say this, and as a data person, you'll know this, each state taxes it differently. Right. So Mississippi has a very different model that they seem to be happy with. They don't even have a state agency that does it. They have a development authority that does both their economic development and their tourism marketing all as one. And then the other thing that we found was difficult to track is that often when you had a strong state brand like Mississippi did, other departments will pay into that brand through their own departmental appropriations. And so to dig through all of that to find out exactly how much was going on the ROI, they calculate differently, because are you calculating in the state of Mississippi, for instance, are you calculating what the state's actually appropriating, or they use a huge portion of their hotel motel tax to fund the DMO, but they don't have the same DMO strength that we do in Georgia. So the apples to apples comparison is just almost impossible, with the exception of Arkansas, who I made fun of, but probably has one of the most transparent government budgeting processes I've ever seen. It was absolutely amazing to be able to find what we were looking for in that state. So there's a big word salad that didn't answer it. Ask Florida.
Looks like we got some homework. All right, last one right here. We got to take a break. We're running behind a little bit.
Man, I wasn't even 25 minutes.
I know.
Thank you, because I was sent to ask this question.
Oh, Lord, we got one that was planted.
Ham?
Good evening, good day. Great presentation. You were spot on. I think you were the voice of most of us in this room and in the community. My name's Lance Robertson. I'm here for Natson Hotel Group. I bring you greetings on behalf of Sam Patel, who is the largest private hotel owner in the state of Georgia, with over 100 hotel properties in over 16 counties and 26 states with over 30 brands. The question for you and everyone else, going back to the $5 per night, I think you mentioned that over 150 million per year.
218 million last year.
So we're
Thank
over
you,
the
Chris.
150. So what you're trying to say is anything over 150 should go back, or that should be the conversation to redirect those funds, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah, that's, first of all, thank you to Sam for sending you here and for his investment in Georgia. He's a
My job is complete.
terrific guy. We will text him and brag on you today. Yeah, I think if that's what we've got to do to figure it out, yes, of course, 100%. Again, I don't think it should be entirely incumbent on the shoulders of our customers. I think it should be a commitment that everybody's making. The private sector is already doing that with literally billions of dollars at risk that they put to build the place that generates the opportunity for those taxes to be received. So it's a little bit double dipping to just continue to go after that same well all the time. So I'm not crazy about it, but I'm certainly willing to, because the prosperity that investment creates, regardless of where it comes from, is benefited by everyone. So yes, that's a viable means for it. I don't know that a total overage, if we're looking at an overage there, and let's say it's a $50 million overage, I would like us to look at more than just the marketing. If we're dealing with that kind of cash, I want to look at beautification. I want to look at our visitors information centers throughout the city. That's our last bricks and mortar marketing that's actually happening. It's not virtual, but it's real and it's tangible. And I can close a deal for your hotel room while you're standing in front of me and book you and get you to that hotel and keep you to this destination. It's frequently used at the Golden Isles to grab those folks off of I-95. There's a lot of areas that we can invest if we've got the will to do it, because we understand what the incredible benefit is back, not just financially, but again, jobs and families, jobs and families. That's what this industry creates, strong families, because the people involved in the family can be successful, regardless of what their background is. Great question.
Thank you. And I have to say, just to close out on my part, I want to applaud the sub-brands, the DMOs. They do a phenomenal job. As a former city councilman of the city of East Point, who actually formed and led the charge for the East Point DMO myself, along with my colleagues, I understand that they work hard. So I applaud all the DMOs here because you do your job. So Explore Georgia, you're the big brand. So let's figure out how we can work together.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you
for answering all those questions. All right, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We're going to be seated back up here in 10 minutes to get Dr. Salazar presenting to us from the University of Georgia. All right, we're gonna get started in about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes, we're gonna get started. We can. The cameras are on us. Broadcasting live. Pay-per-view.
Definitely go viral.
We need that.
That's right. Pay-per-view.
Go viral.
Pay-per-view.
We're going to give away for free when we charge.
That's exactly right. Tourism, baby. Economic development.
That's how y'all say it in the mountains.
Tourism. I'm tourist. I'm tourist.
When they talk about peanut, it's not peanut tourism.
Mhm.
It's a peanut.
Tier, yeah.
Tier. Peanut tier.
Get on that microphone, say Senator Eccles with Senator Eccles #1, will you quit hindering Senator Eccles 1.0, will you let the two committee members come on back to their
Senator, she better talk.
she's talking to Gian and House.
They Senator 1.0.
That's
Senator Eccles 1.0. We.
She knew you, especially. Look, she turned red.
Were we responsible for posting things as well?
What?
So what is it that you want?
Okay.
That one went backwards. Looking at
I know.
the backside of that screen.
All right. Looks like we got the committee members back in here from our little break. Been very informative so far. And look forward to hearing from Dr. Salazar, department head at the University of Georgia in the hospitality program down there. Right quick before he starts his presentation, I want to ask the students in the hospitality program, if y'all stand up right quick, recognize y'all. Thank you guys for coming down. Also, we have a couple of Dr. Salazar's colleagues here, some professors, distinguished professors at the University of Georgia. Thank you guys for being here. And after Dr. Salazar speaks, we're going to have our panel up here on my right on the front corner. So they'll be up here in just a few minutes. But been friends with Dr. Salazar for several years and appreciate everything they do down at the University of Georgia. For any of the industry folks in here who don't know about the program and what goes on down there, look, they're a very, very valuable resource. I mean, they can come up with information for you in a hurry. And they also the program, the tourism conference that you put on May. In May. I would encourage everybody in the room to take a little time and go down there and be a part of that, because it's very, very informative, pretty much led and put on by the students. So, you know, to go down and encourage those folks and just be a part of it, I think it would mean a lot to them, and get to spend a day in Athens. I was able to go down there and speak on an agritourism panel this past spring. So all the presentations were very informative and just good to be down there. So Dr. Salazar is going to talk to us a little bit about the industry. He's going to talk to us about workforce development, and I think that's very, very important. These kids are learning a lot down in Athens in this program, and just excited that it's a very fast growing major down at the university that a lot of people don't even know about. So just excited that it's going on right there, not far from my house. So Dr. Salazar.
Wonderful. Thank you, Senator Eccles. Greatly appreciate it. Senators Ginn, Halpern, Senators Goodman, and Senator Eccles, thank you for allowing me to present to you some of the data and information we have regarding the Georgia hospitality and tourism economy. Greatly appreciate it. Senator Eccles, thanks for allowing me to follow up on the two most verbose and eloquent speakers along the Georgia coast. They're a hard show to follow, and Joe did tell me not to screw up, so I will try not to do that. And of course, as I turn to my students, 20 minutes into the presentation, as soon as I start seeing them yawning, I know it's time for me to end. So, but again, it's a great pleasure to be here. One of the great pieces of news I want to share with you is very well tied to how hospitality and tourism affects the Georgia economy. For some of those Georgia Bulldogs in the room, you may have heard through your alumni newsletters and engagement through UGA that we received a $5 million gift from Delta Airlines just this past year. And the senior vice president of Delta Airlines, regarding that gift, had said the hospitality industry has a potential to positively impact our communities and our economy in years to come. So that, in essence, really does encapsulate how this industry can positively impact the state's economy. So we do thank Delta Airlines for their gift. Well, we all know why we're here. And of course, that had been talked about in the press releases regarding the organization of this committee. But I also wanted to share with you more details regarding our economy and how it kind of stacks up against some of our competition, but also some of those other details that go just beyond tourism and connect the hospitality industry, the workforce perspective that Michael cited. We've got some data here. So again, on the heels of a great marketing professional, Joe, I'm more of the hospitality research guy. And you'll see some of that information here. But over the years of working with Joe and Michael, I really did appreciate their presentations earlier this morning because you'll see snippets of maybe even some of their thinking. And I do want to thank them both because they've really been impactful towards my career development, especially when I lived here for the last 14 years before leaving for UGA. So regarding my presentation, talk about a little bit about Georgia's position in tourism economy, some key economic drivers from a state, and some regional things that we're starting to explore. Some of those performances as we look at how does the urban market compare to the rural market, and some possible actionable strategies as a result. Now, there are three markers that I typically gravitate to, as well as the U.S. travel industry gravitates to when we look at the economic impact of hospitality and tourism on the communities. We look at the hotel performance, as mentioned by some of the hoteliers in the room. We look at that revenue performance, and I'm not going to get mired into occupancy, RevPAR, and ADR. I'm an ex-hotel operator, but we're talking about revenue here. Full and quick service restaurants are usually kind of wrapped up in the measure of economic performance for hospitality and tourism. And then you have museums, recreation, amusements, gambling, and other entertainment. Those are three key markers, and then arts and entertainment get lumped into that as well. So when we start thinking about those markers, we at UGA look at data from various perspectives. Now, you saw Michael's presentation earlier about tourism marketing and spending, and you heard Joe comment on the needs for marketing. So But let's kind of step back for a little bit. And I agree with Michael that it's hard to kind of lump Florida into our competitive set. Yes, I mean, the mouse is hard to compete with, but when Senator Eccles reached out and told me what the mission was of this committee, I wanted to kind of look at this from, okay, more of a who's in the top 10, right? Who's in the top 10? So in 2023, U.S. Travel puts out a report regarding total visitor spending. And so this is in the billions, and California led the U.S. in 2023 in terms of total visitor spending, followed by Florida, followed by New York, Texas, and we're a little bit lower in terms of direct spending, 40.2 billion in 2023. That's not the total economic output. This is primarily direct spending related to those categories. So, I'm thinking about Michael's graph as he showed it, and there is one point of contention, Michael, that I want to say. I work for Tennessee and I work for Carolina. Georgia pays my bills now. I'm hoping this is my last stop on the SEC tour, but I think Auburn should have been represented instead of Alabama on your graph. And I believe Whip Triplet agrees with me. So, okay. All right. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. So, but when we look at this, you can see where Georgia falls in terms of spending. Now, when we look at the growth, the GDP growth, and we have an economic database at UGA, when we start looking at specific markers of the GDP tied to those specific sectors that we talked about, our growth is at 44%. You can see California at 49%, Florida at 56%. Hawaii had a long way to go, right? Because when coming out of COVID, again, the forgotten year, the year we wanted just to ignore, they hit the skids because the only way to get there was really to fly, right? So they have a strong recovery in process, 73% from the 2020 figure. But you can see our growth between 20 and 23 in those markers that we just talked about was about 44%. Now, kind of thinking about Michael's presentation, I wanted to kind of examine where we sat in comparison to our neighbors, because that's really important. So where are we to our adjacent states? Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. And I can't remember which senator said this, but yes, for the last probably 10 years, North Carolina and Georgia are almost head to head in terms of the tourism performance. But when we look at the share, if all the revenue was put into one bucket of our adjacent states, you can see that Florida has the largest share of the pie, right? And again, to Michael's point, the mouse is hard to compete with, okay? So Florida has 41% share of the pie. We at 17.4, so we have the second largest share. But there's an analysis I've been doing over the years. I think, well, what's been our growth or decline relevant to the share, our slice in the existing market? When we look at Georgia's slice, when we compare it to 2020 to 2023, yes, we've grown, but when we look at the slices of pie, Florida continues to grow. 4.7%, their slice of the pie has grown, while our slice has actually shrunk relative to this larger purse of tourism dollars as comprised by all of our states in our adjacent market. So again, to Michael's point, the mouse is hard to compete with, right? But what this does show me is saying, well, I mean, we have room for growth here. We have room for growth, but we also have to think strategically about that, right? We have to be strategic about that. So it's great to have some hoteliers in the room, some restaurateurs in the room, some tour operators in the room. And I've said this as I travel the state. We're one of the only few universities in the country that has an extension dedicated program to hospitality and tourism. There are not many in the US that do. And when I talk to communities, I like to use this statement. It is a public-private community collaboration among residents and organizations which can produce significant economic impact while providing quality experiences. Tourism is a community-based phenomenon. Now, people often ask, well, what's the connection between hospitality and tourism? Tourism is Joe's domain. It's about defining, defining the marketing position and appealing to the passions of individuals that want to travel to Savannah and have that Savannah experience. And this is where, when Michael was first appointed as director of TLC, and this is where I think I clicked with him. I have an operations background, and so does Michael. And I'll use one of my colleagues' statements: you can't have tourism without hospitality. Hospitality is where the business of travel occurs. So you have a great representation here, especially in the Savannah market, with Joe Marinelli, as a wonderful marketing mind. And you have a great advocate for the hospitality industry that cares about the workforce development side in Michael Owens, and a great solid foundation in hospitality operators here in Savannah. So as I tour Georgia oftentimes and do my extension presentations, I reflect back on this market specifically regarding and how they've tied together this entire ecosystem between attractions, between hotel operators, between restaurateurs. And that's what makes, I think, this community very special in terms of how it represents Georgia. So this is where I get into my research side of things. And I apologize for those in the back that might have a hard time reading this. But every year, the feds put out performance of the North America industry classification sectors. And this is Georgia's description of total receipts by sectors. Now, there is one thing here, especially for our representatives that are our senators that are representing more agriculture communities. This analysis, as I talked with my ag and applied econ colleagues on our floor, does not include the USDA NASS data, because for some reason the USDA reports it differently than BLS. So what we're looking at here are the total receipts, in which there is a little bit of a gap, and that's why there's an asterisk here regarding agriculture. But nonetheless, I think it's important to kind of walk through what we see for accommodation and food, as well as arts entertainment. And to Michael's point earlier, almost half a million people employed in accommodation and food itself. And then you have another 56,000 employed in arts, entertainment, and recreation. Now let's kind of look at the total receipts here. 2.3% total receipts generation for accommodation and food, 0.5% from arts, entertainment, and recreation. And you can see the total value of those receipts. Now, who's heading really the Georgia economy? Wholesale trade, retail trade, and manufacturing, right? But then there's a whole downstream side, and this goes to the conversation earlier about the number one industry in the state and number two industry in the state. The downstream performance of the sectors related to restaurants, retail, so on and so forth, as a result of the hospitality industry, propel that to be the second largest, and yes, followed by, or that's second largest, and of course, ag is the largest contributor to the Georgia economy. So when we look at this, employment is very important here. Right. It is a big chunk of what we are, and it does contribute to a significant portion of the receipts as collected. Now let's just take a look at the share of receipts lined up against the employment. For accommodation and food, we're talking about 10.5% of employment in Georgia is tied to accommodation and food. And then you also have arts, entertainment, and recreation at 1.3%. So I've done this analysis for even rural communities. And when we get into rural communities, accommodation and food is often larger than most of the direct jobs related to ag within rural communities. So it is a large employment. It contributes largely to the employment condition within a community, right? We take this one step further. We want to see how productive our employees are. And there's a more to the story. And really, I'm really glad I'm here after Michael, because Michael's impassioned plea for workforce development starts resonating in this presentation here. When we start looking at employee productivity, we can see that healthcare and social assistance and retail trade, their productivity is really quite high in terms of what they contribute on an annual basis to the total receipts. Ours, in accommodation food, is relatively lower. But what this means is that when our production towards these receipts is a little bit lower on a per transaction basis, this means that our industry is more reliant on its people, especially with a large employment base. The industries that are heading here with in employee productivity, those are the industries that are actually relying on automation. Right. So I know we have some students here. We talked a little bit about this in the classroom and how AI and all of this is impacting industries. Ours is still going to be reliant on people. And so our industry, our labor pool has to understand how to service people through people that we lead and manage. So that's a little bit about the NAICS comparison. Now, this is one reality that, especially as an ex-hotel manager, I'm not necessarily proud of. And it's one that puts our industry kind of almost in, I guess I'm dating myself here, sometimes in that Rodney Dangerfield comment of businesses. We ain't getting respect. We don't get respect. I've been in the trenches in the hotel business. I worked for the largest ski operator in North America for a few years. Our industry, we now know, is very highly reliant on people, right? But we also have a turnover issue. Let's take away, and this is what this data point says. It does not point to seasonality. This turnover stable rate is a rate that's provided to Bureau of Labor Statistics, and it points to the positions that stay on a monthly basis, more stable positions, not the part-time positions. We have the largest turnover stable ratio of all the NAICS categories in Georgia. So we've got the ability to generate a lot of receipts through a large pool of labor, but we also have challenges to keep that workforce going. So just a couple of summations here from the NAICS table observations. We're talking about 2.8% of all receipts generated for our industry, a very large labor pool. We have lower receipts per employee, but that really does mean that we have to invest in training as well as retention to help boost productivity, to increase the amount of these transactions, to support the growth of the industry. And of course, we have the high turnover issue. So when we look at the employment data, the NAICS related data, listening to Michael's comments about workforce development, I think as we want to elevate the state's interest in tourism to rival some of our competitors, we have to also include in the conversation how we grow the workforce. How do we strategically do this? And I'm not sure if there's anybody in the audience that is from higher ed here, I should say the high school level. And I said this at the last governor's conference. We have 40,000 kids in high school that want to get into these jobs in hospitality and tourism that are in the hospitality track for their career technical ag education program. Michael, those are 40,000 kids that could probably even come down here and work, right? So we have to figure out how to invest in those pool of potential students. But there is one thing that we started exploring, especially Senator Eccles, as you started explaining to me the nature of this committee. Not Not all destinations are created equal. Not all tourists spend the same. Tourism is a local phenomenon. And so each county is going to have its own unique story. Each city within that county is going to have that unique story. You had that conversation about the tax structure earlier, right? That's going to vary, but the behaviors are also different. So what we did at UGA, Senator Eccles, when you called, started having this, I blame you for some sleepless nights. Started thinking about this concept in economics called location quotient analysis and looking at what is the appropriate level of revenue generated in a specific community based on the community's economy. So I wanted to look at location quotient analysis because it gives us almost like what is the understandable share of revenue for each industry that we just talked about, the NAICS industries, right? And I did not want to necessarily look at revenue performance in those indicators based on the volume of dollar generated, because that would put Forsyth County, you know, DeKalb County, Chatham County ahead of everybody, and which just wouldn't be fair. So we're looking at what does Chatham County look like relative to Chatham County in terms of its revenue performance. And so that's what a location quotient does. We went through some iterations and developed a ranking profile. And what we found when we start looking at urban and rural comparisons, we started seeing that the urban regions performed better in the lodging side of revenue, right? And so urban regions dominate the hotel supply chain. But this is again, separated by urban and rural. We've looked at this in terms of the regions in Georgia, respectively. So each region is different, but this is just dividing the rural and urban. When we start looking at urban, lodging performs better in terms of its expected revenue share. Urban regions dominate the hotel supply. For our data, we look primarily at the full service restaurants, kind of stepping away from the quick service because the tourists and visitors eat at the full service mostly, right? We see that the urban market leads the dining infrastructure, so that's urban-led full service. Now, arts and entertainment is a really interesting, more balanced approach across almost all counties within Georgia, arts, entertainment, recreation. So in fact, the rural averages are a little higher on the arts and entertainment sector. So there is a lot of plausibility here to explore with the development of hospitality and tourism in the rural communities. Now, distilleries and wineries, that's a growing market for Georgia. Urban average, but rural regions are competitive. So urban has the advantage, but the rural regions are actually coming up here. And for those that are, and Senator Eccles, of course, you're in North Georgia. North Georgia plays a big role here in terms of the distilleries and wineries. We also lined it up with the performance with the USDA agritourism analysis or data. Urban and para-urban counties, so those counties on the outlying areas of those urban communities, they actually benefit from some agritourism communities. So just because you're 2 counties away from a major urban market doesn't mean that you can't benefit from those visitors that are coming into Chatham County if you're in Lawrence County, right? And also we came up with a competitive score. Now, here is a little bit more of a regional look. Atlanta metro region versus central Georgia, coastal Georgia, North Georgia, and South Georgia.
I want to interrupt.
Atlanta metro, your revenue. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Senator Gann's got a question on the slide.
Yeah.
Your last slide, Dr. Salazar, said that under USDA agritourism, most of those, I'm looking at urban and rural, you're adding up to 100%, but agritourism and composite score, I'm not getting to anywhere close to 100%. Why are those two different? Why are they spelled out?
They don't equal 100%.
Most of the other ones do, and I just wondered, I said, okay.
It's an average of the composite score for the counties that represent that specific urban area. So if you have counties, say, for example, I think by my estimate, there are more rural counties than urban counties in the state of Georgia, right? So that rural average represents the average for that rural location quotient percentile ranking. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's that ranking. They're never gonna, the intention is not to have them equal 100. The intention is what is that average ranking for all those rural counties together in that location quotient score.
Thank you.
So, and so that's where you have the urban average and you have the rural average. Great question. Great question. So same thinking here. Now breaking that up again, looking at Atlanta Metro, Central Georgia, Coastal Georgia, North Georgia, and South Georgia as how GDEC defines the regions, right? We can see that Atlanta Metro area does generate a large share of revenue from the lodging sector. So it generates a higher than expected share of revenue relevant to the rest of the Atlanta Metro economy. Restaurants, they do really, really well with the restaurants in the Atlanta Metro area. So their ranking is quite high in terms of the restaurant revenue relevant to that Atlanta Metro economy. Arts and entertainment was a little bit shocking that they can still do better in arts and entertainment because they're only performing at 35.3% in terms of their expected share of revenue coming from arts and entertainment. Now, here we go. Wineries. This is where we get the wineries and distilleries engaged. And we can see this activity in North Georgia at 59.7%, meaning that they're doing pretty well here in terms of wineries and distilleries relevant to the rest of the economy. All ag. This to me was a little bit shocking because I thought that we had a little bit larger contribution to the economies in North Georgia regarding the ag commodities, but that was at 18.5%. And then the USD agritourism score, and Senator, again, here is another comment about agritourism. This was from the USDA listing from their NASS annual survey. They don't collect on every county within Georgia regarding ag tourism performance. So there's a lot of counties that are underperforming, but this allowed us to kind of explore those counties that are reporting. How does it line up to everything else? Now, I know we're in coastal Georgia here. I want to just skip over lodging for a second. I want to, so we're talking about coastal Georgia from Chatham County all the way to Glenn County. The restaurants are performing well, relevant to the economy in the region, 61.6%. Not as many wineries down here and distilleries as you have up in North Georgia, so that's below the 50% threshold. Agritourism, not as many farm production opportunities down this way in coastal Georgia. And when I think about the lodging score at 46%, and this was from the 2023 data, I think what we're seeing right now with the hotel development going on, right, is a result of this number in 2023 being 45%. So as we start moving forward in 24 and 25, we should probably see this 46% increase closer to 50% or maybe higher, especially with the hotel revenue being generated here. South Georgia, a little different, more agriculture heavy. They're leading in the ag commodities area, but they're also lagging in the lodging and restaurants area. So I have done presentations in Tifton. And those are interesting conversations in terms of how to try to advance their communities, especially related to hospitality and tourism. So some basic takeaways from the LQ is Atlanta Metro, lodging restaurants are strong. Agritourism relatively weak. I think there's opportunities to maybe bring some of that Atlanta Metro visitation into those rural markets to experience some of those distilleries. North Georgia wineries and arts leader. a little bit weaker in ag than, and again, that was not what I anticipated. Central Georgia, really balanced, but needs lodging and food and beverage investment. South Georgia, agriculture powerhouse according to location quotient analysis, but there is a large hospitality gap. So one of the first presentations I did in the state of Illinois about rural tourism development, I had an economist slip me a note at a like presentation and said, I know you're here to talk about rural tourism, but if we don't have a workforce and we don't have hotels, we have issues. Coastal Georgia, hospitality driven, and agritourism absent. So when we start thinking about these regional insights, the urban market, hospitality hubs. So I'm glad you have Joe here representing Savannah. Joe, you're a hospitality hub for maybe even some of the rural markets in the area. And that's something to consider, especially as you build partnerships throughout the region and inland. Rural agriculture anchors, but I think there's a lot of opportunity here for the agriculture anchors. I have a colleague that specializes on farm to fork connectivity with rural communities and restaurants. And I think if we did probably a little bit better job compared to some of our adjacent states relating to farm to fork movements and getting some of that local produce into our local restaurants, we have an opportunity to really make better the tourism experience in these rural communities. And then no real region dominates across all sectors. So when we start thinking about actionable strategies, hopefully as you all continue to meet with our tourism constituents throughout the state, think about maybe those possibilities of bundling urban and rural, metro lodging with farm winery trips, especially in that North Georgia area. Think about those areas of weakness, especially this is where that location quotient analysis comes into play. And I'm doing another presentation at the governor's conference here tomorrow, getting a little bit more detailed about every county. But thinking about the weakness, South Central hospitality, maybe stronger hospitality investment there, Metro Coast, thinking about more agritourism, and North, you've got the wine and the arts. And then targeted marketing, region-specific positioning. So marketing on one hand is really important, but the assets on the other is as equally relevant to the conversation. And I think hopefully this starts making you think about how we address managing those assets as well. Now, Senator Eccles, when you asked me to present, you asked for what are some of the thoughts or ideas that we have here. Now, based on the analysis of the NAICS performance, the location quotient analyses, the labor scenario, I think there are three key things here. Now, I'm not a policy wonk like Michael. I'm more of a data analysis guy. But I start with that first point here, which is I think we need to invest in workforce development and hospitality and tourism. That if we have 40,000 kids that want to get in this industry and be part of Savannah's major engine here, or Atlanta's hospitality and tourism industry, that we have to figure out how to do a better job at connecting those high school students through the college into these positions, because they're studying hospitality and tourism at the high school level. Related to Joe's comment and maybe some of the other comments that you heard, especially at the first committee, the statewide branding, right? But hopefully the LQ analysis helps you think about how each county and how each region is positioned in this branding effort. And that takes a very strong collaborative effort between the city DMOs, the county level DMO leaders, all the way up to GDEC. That needs to be not only well-funded, but also well-structured in terms of that relationship. And then the policy funding. Again, I'm more of a data guy, but the conversation that you all just had before the break was centered again about politics, right? This is where policy conversations, have to kind of think about a little bit more about our hospitality and tourism ecosystem. So think about how we address some of these specific county and regional needs as well. Now, I'm here representing UGA. And also, I'm proud to say that my home department is in the College of Agriculture. And it really is nice working with a dean and college leadership and toggling both worlds of the two largest economic contributors to the state economy. And when I took this job at UGA and left the coast, and Joe and I talked about earlier about when I left the coast. I left the coast, took a job at UGA because I think the job in the College of Ag, linking in the consumer demand for this front-facing hospitality industry was an interesting challenge for me to take. And I thought, how cool could it be if we could help agriculture have a stronger connection with this consumer-based sector of hospitality and tourism, and how cool can that be? So when we start thinking about all those other slides, I think there are things that we're doing in partnership already. At University of Georgia, we have a cooperative extension program. We started an extension program really primarily focusing on agritourism and rural tourism development first. We have a marine extension and sea grant program, and I think we had some marine extension people in here earlier that we've been helping them on the coastal side and having that conversation with the DMOs in the community. Archway partnership, feasibility studies with Archway throughout the state, hotel feasibility studies. So we do have students working on hotel feasibility studies. We have the Innovation District, which helped launch entrepreneurs here. And there's a moral to this story, if you give me a second. Carl Vinson Institute, many of you in this room know that Carl Vinson Institute helps the local governments. And then Small Business Development Center, and then our own Georgia Center for Continuing Education and Hotel. So all this time, and as Senator Eccles had mentioned, we have this Hospitality and Tourism Summit, and this next year will be our 5th year. And we had Richard Kessler come up last year. And Richard Kessler addressed the need for communities to think about boutique hotels, in a sense, no longer just the standard Bacchus, but boutique hotels relevant to community economic development. And that was a very important story for some of those people in the room to hear, especially aspiring entrepreneurs. What Richard Kessler, vice presidents of Delta, IHG, and even yourself speaking on the agritourism panel got people to think about the innovation and education side of this industry. So having entrepreneurs in the same room as Richard Kessler, a vice president of Delta, Senator Eccles, they were able to come away with, okay, I think I have a sense of what kind of product I need to bring to the state of Georgia. Data Strategy Collaborative. We've been working with data, collected many mounds of data with Joe and his team here in the Savannah market, but I think we could actually do better here for the entire state, because those bits of information help the local community be better. And when I was seeing Joe present, I was thinking about, there was one, and I'm not sure if you remember this, Joe, but there was, we were looking at trying to help Savannah's airport develop new routes. And we were trying to explore where those routes should be for Canada and even Ohio. But through many years with collaborations with Joe, we were able to identify the point of origin of many visitors to Savannah, Hilton Head, various festivals and events. We lined it all up, and I think at the end of the day, recommended to the Savannah airport, you needed to increase 2 new routes to Canada. And I can't remember whether it was Toronto or Montreal. And then even Joe's home state of Ohio was popping in terms of increasing more routes. That's the kind of collaboration, I think, that is important, that helps navigate some of these environments. And then of course, the data points to the need to understand what is appropriate for those rural communities, right? And so as we have this host conference every year, we invite people from those rural communities. This slide talks a little bit about our collaboration. I just talked with you about that a little bit. I'm still proud of the Savannah Music Festival collaboration that we do every year. We analyze the visitor demand, which leads to their economic impact analysis. We worked with Michael for Savannah Wine and Food. We collected that data. And so that was quite exciting, and that helps paint that picture here in terms of festivals and events for the city of Savannah. So when we think about what our host conference has done, some of my colleagues at UGA kind of be wrapped up into three things that I think we could actually even be better at. So I think a destination innovation and education hub is kind of this philosophy or this concept I think that we need to embrace at UGA even stronger than we do right now. The nice thing about UGA, it's very traditional. It's entrenched in the community, the state community. The most difficult, challenging thing about UGA is that it's historical and it's entrenched in the Georgia community. That means we have a lot of bridge building to do, right? We have a lot of bridge building to do. I think we can be better at UGA at rural destination development, working in concert with our Small Business Development Center and Innovation District. And then I think having more data to provide actionable, strategic decisions is important. And I've talked about that with the Georgia Department of Economic Development. And I just, again, I'm really, to go on the heels of Joe and Michael, I think about my 14 years living on the coast. And when I took that job at UGA, my goal is to take most of the projects I did here and try to figure out how we can replicate that through the entire state of Georgia. Because I know the work that we did here for the mayor of Atlanta, or mayor of Savannah, regarding VRBOs and the historic district tours, working with the visitor demand analysis to tie the economic impact. I think if that work can be replicated throughout the entire state somehow, some way, I think we can be very supportive in terms of helping the committee in the state of Georgia achieve its goals.
I'll give Dr. Salazar a hand. A lot of information, a whole lot of information. Thank you so much. Sure. Got time for a few questions. Any of my colleagues, you guys have any questions? Go Dogs. Got any questions? Come on, Frank.
How bad are we going to beat Alabama Saturday night?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're pulling in on Friday evening, and we'll be up for that game, ready to tailgate. Sorry, Michael.
Anybody from the audience? Y'all got any questions? Got one right here.
Yes.
Where does outdoor recreation fit into your calculations here?
Oh, that's a great question. And every year I come up with something called the the hospitality and tourism portion of the UGA Ag Forecast. And that's probably one of the most difficult areas. And it's always been my entire career, whether it's been in Georgia, South Carolina, Illinois, Tennessee. DNR, because there's so many egress and ingress points to outdoor recreation, there is not a consistent method of measuring that activity at a county level. So we have a project that we just received the verbal approval on, looking at the economic impact of the High-Low Trail coming out of Athens all the way down here to Chatham County, which is really outstanding, absolutely cool project. But a lot of it's wrapped up to, oh my gosh, how the heck are we going to measure outdoor recreation in that asset and in that point? This is why the hotel conversation becomes important. The hotel industry provides a really good KPI regarding tourism activity. The restaurant industry also provides a really good KPI. When it comes to outdoor rec, there's so many different ways to, even getting into coastal boating recreation, right? We can look at boater licenses, but not everybody is necessarily registered, and who's putting a kayak in, and all of that becomes more difficult to measure. So measuring that, and the DNR, they provide us data every year, and it's kind of like, okay, we have to go with the state park data. There's more to Georgia's outdoor rec than just the state park data. Great question.
It's a good question. We're going to dive into some of that down in Valdosta. A lot of the outdoor recreation. So look forward to getting into that conversation. Thank you, Dr. Salazar. Appreciate it very much.
Thank y'all.
All right, we're going to wrap up with a panel of experts here, and my good friend Lee Hughes, who is he's a lot of things. He's become a good friend. He's he was very hospitable yesterday. Took a few of us to lunch and took me over to Tybee, and I was embarrassed to say that I'd never been to Tybee Island. My wife and most of my family been, and I'd never been over to Tybee, and it was a great experience. Beautiful beach. For those of you who don't know Lee, he and his family own Hughes Public Affairs, and he's helped plan a lot of these events. They work hard with several clients all over the state and local levels. Most of them with tourism interest, and their company motto is building bridges to Georgia government. Like I said earlier, when we first kicked off this meeting, as soon as that resolution got approved, Lee and Amanda were beating on the door. They didn't know who this little freshman senator. They had no use for me at all until I had a tourism study committee, and then all of a sudden they were my friends. So here we are. But I do appreciate his friendship. So Lee, I'm going to let you introduce our panel and get that started.
Sure. Our panel is our familiar names and faces. Michael Owens, who's the president and CEO of the Tourism Leadership Council, which is active not just in the Savannah area, but all along the coast. We heard from him earlier today. Joe Marinelli, Joseph Marinelli to his friends from Ohio, who is the president and CEO of Visit Savannah, the tourism marketing DMO that is tied to the Savannah Chamber of Commerce, and also Burt Brantley, who's the president and CEO of the Savannah Chamber of Commerce. Thank you all for being here. I have a question for each of you, and then one question for the whole panel, and then I suspect our senators may have some follow-up questions. So let's start with Burt Brantley, a Chamber of Commerce kind of question. We're here, and by the way, both Burt and Joe are on the board of the Savannah Convention Center Authority. So they're very involved, and we're very involved in seeking the funding for this building and for the expansion, and then for the hotel development deal that just closed last week. So congratulations on that. So here we are in probably the very best example of state investment in tourism right here, this expansion. The initial building, the main building was built by the county, and then 25 years later, the state came back and doubled the size of it. Given that, Burt, can you share some examples of some private investment in tourism, not just including what this facility may have spurred, but also some other examples?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look here in Savannah, so obviously the Westin next door, hotel there, their golf course they have here on Hutchins Island. And now we've had a lot of private investment here on the island. You see the new Savannah Harbor development right across the slip, where you really have now a community being built over here. And then, of course, as Lee mentioned, the hotel that's will break ground in a couple of weeks, which is a partnership with the Convention Center and private developers as well. And then you look across the river and you can't not see all the cranes that are over there with so much investment that has been completed already and then is currently built as well. And I think the key that I have learned since I've been here in the last 2.5 years is the risk that people see a flag on a hotel and they think, oh, that's, some faceless people in some corporate office in Marriott or in Hilton. But all of those are most of them are Savannah-based business people that have a lot of money at risk, and they are depending on Joe and Michael and the chamber to create an environment that they can be successful in. And they're on the hook. And they have a lot of investment that's coming into not just River Street, but other parts of our city as well. And so it's easy to think that that's just a nameless, faceless organization. But at the end of the day, those are people that serve on the chamber board. There's people that serve on Michael's board and on Joe's board and are very involved in our community. And their failure and success rides with all of us, this industry coming together and doing a really great job to market to visitors for them to come here, market to conventions and meetings for them to come here. And so while they do a great job, they market themselves. Those hotels all do marketing, and the communities all do marketing as well. You also have the state piece of that, that's very critical as well. And so it's all a puzzle that gets put together, and we're all reliant on each other and making sure that we've got a great place to live, a great place to work, but also a great place to visit, because that creates jobs and economic investment here. And we see it over and over again. And it really, I was here in 2004 during the G8 summit. And I think Michael last night said, really about 2000, the growth that we've seen in this industry and the jobs, the investment, the really amazing transformation that's happened here in really just the last 25 years is really incredible. And some of that's public, certainly, but the vast majority of that is private investment, risky, people taking on risk because they believe in Savannah, they believe in its future, and many of them have been successful, and they continue to invest in our community with that success.
Thank you, Bert. So the next question is for Mr. Marinelli. So COVID
Hospitality hub.
is way in the past, right? 25, 26 years ago. But you're old enough to remember that far back. What is different in your work life today compared to pre-COVID, whether it's your approach or what works and what doesn't work? What's different now from 2019?
You know, as a marketing organization, we literally had to stop everything that we were doing during COVID and almost reinvent ourselves from how we do what we do every day. Taking a look, as we were first in the pandemic, as we were all learning how to take the next step, we chose a very strategic approach of just showcasing aspirational images and videos of Savannah on our social media, just with the idea of, we don't know where we're going, but if we continue to put beautiful imagery of Savannah and Chatham County and Tybee Island up on our social media, if we come out of this on the other end, it will help us. And darn it if it didn't work, because we came out of 2020 strong, and the years following that were some of the strongest. But it also told us that we were vulnerable to the conditions, to the economy. We'd been on a pretty good roll for a number of years, but now we had to take a step back and say, all right, how do we do this differently? And some of my slides earlier spoke to that relative to the multiple layers of marketing that we had to do. So, our life is different from the perspective of stronger collaboration. First of all, internally, working with our sales team, our marketing team, our PR team. We literally redesigned our office space to work more collaboratively as a team. But then also thinking about, as Bert just talked about, how the product is changing and how we have to make sure that we're incorporating every piece of it. The big investments in hotels, the commitment of an improved and growing culinary experience, this building itself. So as Michael said earlier, a lot of word salad without answering the question, but the reality of it is it's us taking a look internally first and making sure that we're working together as a team to provide the best possible output from what we're responsible for.
Mr. Owens wants to follow up.
I do. I want to augment that a little bit, because Joe is being too humble. And as a hospitality hub, that's rare for you to be as humble as you are. It was more than just reinventing yourself. Joe and I, especially during the pandemic, I mean, just to give you a notion, at the end of April of 2020, we had laid off 22,000 people, and the occupancy in Savannah in April of 2020 was 4%. Year before that, it was 97.6%. Right. So just absolute devastation. We spoke 35 times a day. We didn't know what to expect around the corner. And Joe and I have long believed, we've worked together for well over a decade now. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. And Joe had the foresight many, many, many years ago to create a reserve fund within the organization because we are prone to hurricanes, right? And so that when visitation stops, our income to the CVB stops. And Joe made sure there was a strong reserve there. And we talked at length about, hey, now's the time to use this reserve. We were the first state in the nation to say, please come. And the governor made that really loud and clear. And when I say that he saved our industry, I mean he saved our industry. People were on the brink of absolute bankruptcy. There was nothing left to sell. There was nothing left to do. The economy started this measured reopening of those closed sectors. People started coming here, and Joe and his team, working with all of the other stakeholders here of just constant communication, said we are going to go steal market share from competitors who are not open. And we started directing both from the Visit Savannah level and then the individual hotel marketing efforts to the feeder markets of our competitors, right? So if you lived in Columbia, South Carolina, you might, make a mistake and go to Charleston. We directed some marketing there towards Columbia. We stole market share. We earned market share that we're still retaining to this day. So there was a lot of forward planning in that. And while we were thinking that we would use this money for hurricane, we used it for something that was arguably much worse than any hurricane from an economic standpoint. And I think it's been part of our success here is that type of forward thinking.
Thank you, Michael. I think we should also remember that I can't remember which fiscal year it was, but the governor put a line item in the budget for extra tourism marketing in one of those years coming right off of the COVID. Maybe it was FY23 or FY24. Michael, going back to you, and you owe me for this one. I'm going to give you a great opportunity here. Pick your favorite myth about tourism and dispel it. Here you go.
For the record, I literally pay you monthly, so I owe you nothing. Just, we are clear, it's in the contract. We're not opening that up here in front of the Senate. So there's actually two myths that are the most common. The one that bothers me, both of them bother me, is that tourism is dead-end, low-paying jobs. I mean, just what an absolute absurdity, and that all of our labor issues could be fixed by just paying people more. People who say that have never employed anybody in their life and are never figuring out how to struggle with payroll and so on and so forth. As I talked about in the earlier presentation, there's just no type of workforce development within an industry that exists like this. And to say something is do housekeepers make less than Joe Marinelli? Yes, absolutely. They're also walking in without the same experience, the same skill set, but they can be Joe Marinelli. Again, if you're going to have this ladder of success, you better have rungs at the bottom. You better have rungs at the bottom. That means those that need their first job. I thought one of the greatest marketing ploys I ever saw was actually McDonald's when they called themselves America's best first job. And that's absolutely, I think, right. So dead end, no career path. What a ridiculous notion. I truly just can't think of anything. The second thing that bothers me, and we get it from time to time around, all the time around here, is what tourism wants. Everybody likes to tell us what tourism wants. We want to, for every flat surface, we want to put a hotel, and we do. But the truth is here's what we're trying to build here, right? If you want to know what we're trying to build here is a great community. If you understand tourism, you understand that if you build a community that everybody wants to live in and enjoys living in, people will want to visit there. But if you build a place that's just for tourism, people will not come. Ask Myrtle Beach. Seriously, over time, look at how that all goes. Our kids go to school here. We live here. This is our community. We want a great community. And what the tourism industry needs to succeed on a local level is the same thing every resident wants. We want clean, safe streets. I can't do that. Joe can't do that. That's a city function. That's what we need to be successful. And turns out those clean, safe streets is the same thing I want as a resident. We're not interested in building a company. We're interested in building a community, and we put more money into it than anybody else.
So, Mr. Chairman, if it's all right, bat and clean up here. One question for the whole panel. You're not allowed to say marketing, okay? Michael, I think you may have already tipped your hand on what your answer is going to be, but other than marketing, more money for marketing from the state, what can the state do to help tourism? This is what they call the lightning round, given that we're a little over time. So please be brief with your answers.
I'll just steal Michael's point right there. A great state, a great place to live, safe. The tourism product development, which was mentioned earlier, is not marketing, but helping communities build out their product development portfolio. Great schools. I mean, all the things that you guys work on, great transportation, all the things you guys work on every day is all part of what makes a place a great place to visit. And so it's to me, it's not a one line item over here. It really is all the work that you guys have been doing across every issue area, public safety. All those things are vitally important to us. We're one event away from a really, tough tourism season, right? And that could be a hurricane, or it could be a public safety or a transportation failure of some kind, or name all those things. Any one of those things where we're at risk all the time. And so I think the work that you guys have been doing, making Georgia a great place to live, work, play, and visit, is what supports tourism as a whole. And so please continue that as much as possible. We understand that there's limited resources. We're all in a resource constrained environment. And so divvying that stuff up is very difficult. But at the same time, it's not, it's all across the board. It's not just in the tourism industry. It's not just in marketing. We really have to have a great place to visit. And it needs to be a statewide. It needs to be, we need rural areas to succeed. We need places like Savannah and Columbus and Athens. And then also we need Metro Atlanta to succeed as well as part of the whole picture of Georgia. And the more we can do in that way, the more successful we'll all be.
I'll try to keep it a little shorter than Bert did, but safe and clean at the end of the day. What we all want as residents and as tourism leaders is a clean city, a clean county, a clean state. But what keeps us up at night is safe, right? And we all live with the headlines that we see every day, and has already happened again today in Dallas, and it's really unfortunate. So what keeps us up at night is providing a safe community for us as residents and for our visitors.
All right, I'm going to throw a curveball at you since you covered really good ones. Thank you. I think that the Georgia license plate should be changed immediately. I'm absolutely serious, and it shouldn't just say Georgia at the top. It should say exploregeorgia.com. That is brand awareness that travels throughout the country. It would not cost any money to change that template. You can keep all of the custom license plates, but instead of just Georgia, it should be exploregeorgia.com, and it won't cost you a dime to have that brand endurance driving all over the country for us.
That was pretty specific. So any questions from the senators?
Come on, Russ. Come on, Russ. Come on. You got to have one.
You mean go?
Yeah. Somebody. Yeah, y'all covered a lot, and I appreciate the fact of again being our first meeting in Gainesville and being down here, and hearing. I mean, y'all are here. Y'all are the boots on the ground, so to speak. You live with the successes and the failures of the industry. Dr. Salazar talked a lot about the state as a whole. What is the industry? One of the things that I know Lee and myself and Amanda talked about earlier, and we haven't made this a priority of this committee, and who knows still what the report looks like, but communication amongst other cities. I mean, you're mentioning Atlanta, you're mentioning Columbus, Macon, all that, but also the rural communities. I understand you're in competition with some of them to get an event here, but is there a lot of dialogue that goes on? Can one of y'all speak to that just a little bit, just so we have a little bit of insight? I know there's trade associations and all those things, but somebody speak to that if you don't mind.
Well, so certainly a great hat tip to GACVP, Georgia Association of CVPs. It's a constant communication. Amanda and her team do a great job. And I'm not in the CVP world, but I'm certainly an active participant there. The conversation amongst colleagues happens all the time. I mean, absolutely all the time. There is enormous unity in the industry throughout the state, and that happens because of relationships. And then often you see leaders in one community come to another community, and so there's a ton of spread around in that. I think we're probably one of the better communicating industries, and I don't think that we really view it as competition. I mean, we make light of it every once in a while, but if Valdosta is successful, it means that I've got a chance to be successful too. And we are absolutely an industry that absolutely believes a rising tide floats all boats. You've never heard a hotelier complain about the hotel across the street. It is an opportunity for competition, and competition is good.
I think in terms of communication, the greatest example that I can point to is every one of us communicates to my counterpart in Augusta, Benish Brown, every April with an email to say, hey, any tickets from the Masters? So we're a collective body, and you can count on that communication every year.
Yeah, I'll quickly add, I think the brilliance of the investment here in this convention center is that as you saw with Kelvin earlier, we have the Georgia War Congress Center that manages this facility for us. The meetings that the Atlanta is after is different than the meetings that we're after. And especially with this expanded center, the meetings that we're after are different than a lot of our other Georgia cities. And so if there's a show that can't come here, we can easily recommend another, if we're booked or if the size doesn't work or whatever, we can easily recommend them to stay in Georgia as well. And so I think we're actually starting to stratify our destinations a little bit, where it's actually not as much of a competition as maybe I would have thought when I came down here. What Savannah offers is very unique, the history, the culture, and then now this center. And so I actually think that collaboration is more possible today, given that we've got that differences that are starting to differentiate themselves, so that we can help each other out, and it's not as much of a competitive environment, for particularly in the meetings and convention space.
Thank you. Anybody got anything? Got one?
Yeah, I'll ask a question.
We only got 3 hours, so make it short.
Man, I can't do it in 3 hours, Bert. Let me ask you this. Y'all know the timber industry right now is kind of in crisis. And, the state of Georgia is 38 million acres in total. 22 million acres of it is privately held timberland. What do you think, or is there a way, and you don't have to answer it now, you can get with me later, anybody in the room, but what role do you think tourism can play? I mean, we're working on a lot of things, trying to, the governor has a task force. Our Senate body's engaged. We're working on a lot of things, trying to come up with new uses. But people that don't think that the timber industry affects them, you wait and let timberland that's valued at $2,000 an acre get to be valued at $1,000 an acre on a tax digest. And that person that owns 2 acres with a $250,000 house on it, see how it affects everybody's tax, right? Do you think there is a role that tourism can play in trying to help with what's happening in the timber industry? Because we've got this great natural resource. I mean,
yeah, I think the obvious one is that mass timber product for construction, right? We've seen I think a couple of the state parks have built some of their new visitor centers and some of their facilities with that. We have a lot of construction going on, so I think making that as an availability, a knowledge that the tourism industry, as we build things, understanding the benefits from that and the possibilities, and maybe you wouldn't do the whole hotel, but maybe parts of it that could work from that. So I think just greater awareness and accessibility of that knowledge of that construction method to the folks that are around the state building some of these facilities. I think it's an easy, obvious one that we can do.
Y'all got any more questions? Good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Appreciate it very, very much.
Yeah,
Thank you. As we close, I'm gonna start down here on my right and let Senator Ginn, if you have any comments about our meeting as we wrap this up, if any final thoughts or revelations that you've had over the past couple hours, you want to go ahead and get us started?
I appreciate the opportunity to be on the panel and work on this very important subject. One of the things, and I'm going to ask some of our folks in the industry, if you take that 20% of that hotel motel tax fee, $1, and you said, okay, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to use that for tourism expansion, what's the net effect on revenue for the state? Because if you bring more tourists in, they're going to spend more on fuel and the things there. And it may not be that it really cost us that much. It may be a trade and tit for tat in a way that we can help our tourism and still, as they buy fuel in Georgia, fund what's going on in our transportation side of it. I'm curious where that would go.
I think Michael or Dr. Salazar, or a combination of the two, the data-driven folks may be able to help us out with that on the, what it would have looked like a year ago, or over the last numbers that we have. If $1 was going, there's probably a way to somebody could get close anyway. To figuring that out. Maybe no crystal ball, but I think we could. I know you've got one student that she's very, very smart, but she's not that good with math. She's very creative, but she's not good with math, especially with her dad's credit card or his checking account. So don't hand it to her.
I'm used to that.
So I guess here is my stab at the best non-direct answer here. It varies by community, of course, and the assets that are in each community. Some people, depending on the state, depending on the county, depending on the city, they might use a multiplier of 1.7, maybe upwards in terms of 2, if depending on the number of available assets, right? So for every dollar generated, another $1.70 might still be retained in a community. And that varies depending on the size of the community. So for the Atlanta market, that multiplier is going to be a lot larger, right? Because you have many more restaurants, your supply chain is much deeper, right? For Savannah, it's going to be not as large as Atlanta, but it's going to be larger than the rural communities that it surrounds. So the better the county assets in terms of retaining those wonderful dollars that Joe and Mike talk about, the better the multiplier. Yeah, and if we take seasonality out of it and the more business that stays the same at a higher rate, the better the multiplier.
Thanks, Senator. Again, it's going to be giving y'all a little bit of homework to, if somebody could get us close by our October meeting, that would be very helpful, I think, in some of our decision making going forward. Senator Halpern.
I walk out of today's meeting really impressed at both the scale and the scope of the industry. And that's something that I want to make sure that I bring back to colleagues as we continue this discussion. I started when I did my opening of saying, because the assets, because the hotels and the restaurants and the amusements and the entertainment, because and the convention centers, because they are right here always with us, they are everywhere, but it's like we don't see them. They're almost invisible. I think today's session really made it clear not just how pervasive and ubiquitous these assets that we have are, but also really spoke to the connection to everything else. So we can talk about economic impact, but when we talk about it, and that video with the peach farmer, like, did a great job of showcasing that when we talk about economic impact, but we also have to talk about families, the livelihoods that are created, the impact that it has on the communities. So I walk away impressed again at the scope and the scale of the industry. And we can say all we want that it's the number 2 industry in our state, which I think is important for us to say. I think most people don't recognize that. But once we say that, then what does that mean about what we need to do to reinvest in that industry that's generating so much for the state? So I've really enjoyed every presentation and every the panel and all the comments, because I think it really just show us in a very large way why we should all care about what is happening here, and and it helps us also start to frame, if it weren't going as well as it's going, what would that also mean to the negative for the state?
Thank you. Senator Goodman.
I'll just say, I think we need to figure out a way to spend some more money on marketing. That's what I think. Listen, I'll tell you, I put $10,000 an acre in the ground, and it takes 3 years before I start getting a return. And you start talking about returns like you're talking about so fast. But I think one of the things that really this meeting that was impressed upon me even more than the first meeting was, as policymakers, as the state, as economic development, we get a lot of projects that come in, and those investments that we make into those projects, a lot of times they may be good for the area where they're coming, or for the people that live in the area where it's going to be headquartered at. But at least from my country boy way of looking at it, we invest in tourism. It is going to affect everybody in the state. It's going to be spread out. Everybody, a rising tide lifts all ships. And so I think I think we need to be working towards that. And listen, if we do it and it don't work, then we know that it didn't work. But if we don't do it, we'll never know if it's going to work. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And you go to talking about whether it's $8 or $12. Man, if farming was like that, I'd retire in 2 years. So I'm ready to continue that conversation.
Thank you. And I've said this, I've said it in different corners this morning. I've said it to a few of the committee members and the last meeting. There's a lot of parallels here between the ag industry and the tourism and hospitality industry. And in the ag world, we say that so few people feed so many. We say that all the time. This fella down here, he can give you every one of the ag statistics in the world, of the aging farmer, how many acres he's got and all this, but so few of us feed so many. And this industry, as big as it is, as huge as it is, and the 28,000 people that work here and directly tied to it here in Savannah, that's still relatively small for what it contributes. Contributes this huge number, and it's this kind of small amount of people. So, one of my biggest takeaways from today, and one of the things that I want to look forward to as we proceed, is these silos. I think, again, going back to the ag world, Senator Goodman and he worries about blueberries. I worry about peaches. But guess what? If we don't work together, then the industry, just to be frankly, it sucks. We got to be pulling in the same direction. So our messaging, what we want to accomplish as an industry, as a committee here, I think we're getting closer and closer together. By the time we leave Atlanta, we're going to be running like this right here. And we're going to deliver a great report. So excited. I'm going to have to go get on a tractor now and process all this. I wanted to make that how it's therapeutic, right? Go home and get on a tractor for a couple days. Listen, I appreciate it. Means a lot for all you folks to show up. We had the dinner last night. We had some of the senators and state reps from the area down here. Just the support from electeds means a lot to our industry. To students here, we're very, very proud of you. Glad you guys are here. We're going to wrap up and adjourn this meeting. Thank you to the staff, Ms. Bernita here, Evan and his team. Thank y'all very much.
No.
That's a.